Hello and welcome everybody to the second chapter in the fourth book of Alice Baker. The book is called Inside Insights and today's episode is called Emergence. You are in bed and you wake up because you feel a little weight on your chest. Do you open your eyes?
I'm opening just one eye a little bit.
Okay, so what you're seeing is a very fuzzy ginger face looking at you, and it's starting to purr. The kitten has decided it's time to get up.
I will try to give him some scruffles. Just like a few more minutes, please.
It purrs. Well, it's a she. You said it was a female.
It's true.
So she starts purring and she starts kneading.
Oh.
Yeah, it's difficult with a couple more minutes. Anyone who's got cats will basically relate.
She will carefully lift it a bit down and will motion to get up in hope that the kitten understands that it's the right direction to go. And she will probably open the drapes just to peek out how it is.
It's still kind of dark.
I'll close the drape again.
But you can hear motion. Someone is walking around.
Well, obviously everyone is probably already. I will look at the clock on my bedside table.
It's 7:30 in the morning.
It's in the middle. Just looking down at the kid. It's in the middle of the night. You can't do that when you're with Dottie, right? You can't wake her up that early in the morning. And I will just pick it up. Oh, first of all, I would have just thrown over my morning gown and then pick it up and would have then, just going down towards the kitchen.
Because you're going to make breakfast, because you specifically instructed Sarah Wilburn that you only require her services for laundry, cleaning, and lunch and dinner. That you're going to do breakfast.
Yes. So, let's get into the kitchen. Let's see, is anyone downstairs already up and around, or?
No, but you notice that the kettle is hot, so probably Nurse Pfeiffer has made herself some tea.
Okay. I will get a small bowl with water, and I'm quite sure by now I would have also organized that we would have some cat food and would prepare a little bit in the corner of the kitchen, put it down for the kitten, just setting the kitten right in front of it, like happy breakfast, and then would curl up my sleeves and get ready to start breakfast.
Okay, you make breakfast. Are you trying to do more than just the normal sandwiches that you would make if it was just you?
I will also do eggs and bacon because I know how to do eggs and bacon. So
Very
it would
good.
be toast, eggs and bacon, and with toast the people can decide if they want to have like marmalade sandwich or a sandwich with something else. And well, I will refill the kettle to make it full again and just have it cooked again for tea or for coffee. Myself will do some coffee. It's not as good as, although I'm quite sure it's at least close to good to the coffee that Dottie's doing.
Yeah.
And in between I will probably steal a piece of bacon and just munch on it between. And we'll see someone comes down when they smell breakfast.
Indeed, Nurse Pfeiffer does come down and she says, "Good morning, Miss Baker.
Good morning.
Breakfast. Very good."
So, sorry I started late. I think you already got a tea?
Oh, don't mind me. Don't mind me. Dottie is still asleep actually, so I'm gonna wake her. And I'm gonna take, or you can take breakfast up to her. I leave it up to you. So after breakfast, I think I would like her to try and get up.
Okay.
and take a turn around the room. I will be there to basically ensure that she doesn't fall because we don't want to fall. But if she manages that, then I'll be very happy.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just to confide in you, when do you think would be a good time to show her pointing to the kitten that's probably by now playing around in the kitchen?
Yeah. Well, I think whenever, maybe not during breakfast because I don't know because the kitten is already basically pawing at you because it can smell. She can smell the bacon. So this is
Yes.
interesting. She says, "Well, maybe let her eat in peace and
Yeah.
then introduce the little
Maybe
one."
maybe in the afternoon, after
Maybe in the
maybe a
afternoon.
nap around lunch in the afternoon might be a nice
Mhm.
place to. Let's see. I'm honestly not sure what she will say, but well, we will see.
Mhm.
At least I have a working alarm clock with the little one.
Nurse Piper smiles. Yes, we used to have them in the trenches as well. We use them to keep down the rat population in the field hospital. And yes, they are very good alarm clocks. They also know the time.
Yes, and this early usually is not my time, to be honest, but for breakfast it's the good time to start. And just take whatever you feel comfortable in eating for breakfast. I wasn't sure, so we have eggs, bacon, toast. You
Oh,
can do
that's
sandwich.
lovely.
There's also
Thank you.
some marmalade there.
Mhm.
And tea or coffee for you?
Oh, tea's fine. Tea's fine. So, do you want to give the breakfast to
Yes.
Miss Williams? All right. So I will just stay down here and have breakfast myself.
Could you have then an eye on the little one? She
Of
still
course I
doesn't have a
will.
name,
Mhm.
but just and Alice will put together some breakfast, a little bit of everything for Dottie, what she
Mhm.
usually likes to eat, and for Dottie also a cup of tea. And for me, I will put next to it a mug of coffee with milk.
Mhm. Yeah.
Breakfast will be for later, whatever is left over, maybe, possibly. And then I will, with the tray in my hand, will carefully walk upstairs, which will be fun and hard work for me, I'm quite sure, but she will try to manage. I'm not in a rush, so just step by step, slowly getting up. It's
Mhm.
also quite a good training for
Yeah.
me, I guess.
Yeah. You make it to the second floor. There's the door to Dottie's realm, as it were.
I will put the tray down next to me
Mhm.
and we'll just knock on the door.
You don't get a response.
I will just open the door and just peek my nose inside, like, Dottie?
You see Dottie lying there, and she opens her eyes. Miss Alice,
Good, good
what time
morning.
is it?
It's still early, but I have breakfast for you. Would you mind
You,
joining me in my first cup of coffee?
uh, I, yes, no, do come in, but I should be giving you breakfast.
No, that's my training at the moment. I'm doing breakfast. I'm not doing anything else because I'm far away from doing anything that is more than a sandwich for lunch or dinner, but I know how to do coffee and tea. I know how to do eggs, toast, and bacon. And that's quite a nice breakfast, I think. Tomorrow I will try pancakes. We will see how that will go.
Uh, I'm pretty sure that very soon I'll be out of here and I can actually help you with that.
Believe me, when you're out of here, I will enjoy being lazy and get the best food I can get. But at the moment, it's quite interesting to be in the kitchen myself. I will grab the tray and we'll carry
Mhm.
it over and we'll put it on her lap. It's one with like two legs you can fold
Yeah.
out, and I will just grab my mug of coffee and we'll just sit down next to her. I'll probably, before I sit down, I will go to the windows and just open them a bit that some sunlight comes in whenever the sun is coming out.
Well, I mean, I think it's now
By now,
8:15, 8:30. So I
yeah,
think it's
I
it's,
think
it's
at
getting
least
light
slowly
now. Yeah.
getting light now,
Yeah.
and would just sit next to her.
Mhm.
I hope you slept well.
I honestly can't remember. I assume I slept really well. I mean, I don't feel as tired. Yesterday I felt awfully tired. But then the nurse was saying that I had been given a sedative. So
Yes.
that might, but I slept really. This nurse, I think she must have stayed in my room all night.
Yes.
Because when I turned around and I woke up in the middle of the night, she was sitting there.
Yes. It will not be like that, I think, every night, but in the beginning she said she
When does
wanted to
she
have a
sleep?
look. In between during daytime, probably taking a nap. Maybe now, I'm not sure. She is someone who probably went to like 6 different wars and a lot of, I don't know, but she's generally a nice person. I'm quite happy
She
with.
was very nice to me.
I think it was a good pick. Quite happy. And
But how are you doing
well,
with your ribs?
it's getting better every day. Laughing sometimes is still painful, but well, at least I can walk around without too much of a problem, and the rest is just time and patience, the same that you will have for what you have. It takes time and patience. I think that's something we both are stuck with.
What did the doctor say? How long do I have to stay in bed?
As long as you feel like staying in bed. I'm quite sure the nurse will try today if you can at least get up and start moving, because the doctor said you need rest, but we also need to make sure that you start moving so that your muscles are not forgetting what they have to do.
Make a psychology roll.
Okay. For that, I should have my character sheet open. I knew I forgot something. But let's see. Oh, it's definitely a fail. I wrote an 88. That's never,
Okay.
never, ever a success.
Yeah. She eats, and she eats heartily.
Okay.
She polishes the whole plate.
Good.
And then she says,
How was the breakfast?
"That was really good.
Yes.
See, I can cook."
Well, that's not the kind of cooking that you are mastering, but it's a start. I will not starve to death in case you take a day off and I have to feed myself.
Yeah, this would not do. I mean, your mother would ring my mother.
Yeah. But well. Breakfast is kind of a nice thing to do. I'm still not a big fan of eating breakfast, but it's fun to do breakfast, I have to say.
Are you actually? Did you bring any food for yourself?
No, I just have my coffee with me.
She looks at you and she says, "And where's your breakfast, madam?"
I already ate some of the bacon because I could not stop myself, and I will eat the leftovers when we are done here.
She looks at her plate. There is nothing left.
But in the kitchen there's still something left, and I'm quite sure Nurse Pfeiffer will not eat everything. I promise I will eat breakfast.
Good, because breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
I know, and I want to get back on my feet as well, so I need regular, healthy food just as you do.
Yeah, I mean, eating is never my problem.
True. Mine a bit, but working on it. And since I have to tell you that you need to take care of yourself, I'm quite sure I need to show you that I'm taking care of myself as well. Was it
Leading
like
by example.
sitting in a glass house? You should not
Yeah.
throw stones, right?
She turns to her nightstand where she has a carafe of water and, well, no, she doesn't, because we're afraid that she might throw stuff at people. She has this wooden cup of water, and there are also the supplements. So, she has to take the supplements, so she starts taking them. So there are 3 little bottles, and she says, "So I have to take the green ones in the morning and then the other 2 at night. So I'm going to take a green one." So she takes one of the green pills, and then she says, "So tomorrow, Dr. Kunz is going to be here again."
Yeah. Today, basically, on the list is trying to get up with Miss Pfeiffer. I think that will be in the morning. Then we will have some lunch, I'm quite sure Miss Wilburn will have a lovely lunch prepared for both of us. And in the afternoon, you will have to enjoy me, because I will keep you company and we can decide what we want to do. I can read again if you like. We can play a board game. Maybe I can teach you some chess.
Yes.
That might be an option.
All of this.
Good, because it also means I don't have to move too much, which is good.
Yes, you should really not move that much.
No, a bit walking up and down is good, but all the rest. And then we have today planned and covered.
Excellent.
And I will check in today if Matthew's back from Canada. I'm still unsure. Curious.
And whatever happened to Mr. Perkins? The artist.
That I'm quite sure he's living his best artist life, but I can check in with him as well, just to see how his progress is and if he's getting famous, more famous than ever. We'll have a look. But I will stay at home today as well.
That's good. At that moment?
Yes.
Nurse Pfeiffer opens the door and she says, "Good morning, Miss Williams. How are you feeling?" And she walks past you. She sits at the edge of the bed and she does this surreptitious feeling of the pulse that they have down pat, where you don't really know what they're doing. And she feels her pulse, and Dottie says, I think I feel really good. And she smiles, and the nurse looks at her, and she basically gets out her stethoscope, and she says, "Please breathe deeply and cough for me." And then she says, "Well, today we should try and take a little walk. You and me. I will hold on to you. You can hold on to me, just in case you feel a little bit dizzy. You let me know."
I will take the breakfast down, and as I promised, I will eat some breakfast myself.
Dottie says to Nurse Pfeiffer, "She's not really a breakfast person."
I'm not a food person. Well, don't get me wrong, I enjoy good food, but I'm not eating much.
Nurse Pfeiffer looks at you and says, "Yes."
It's obvious, right? Everyone is telling you. Yes. So I will get some breakfast, and I will see you later, my dear. Mm-hmm. Don't be too harsh on yourself. You need time to be back on your feet, right? You told me myself, it takes time and patience.
Yes, and that's why patients are called patients, because they require patience, says Nurse Pfeiffer.
So Alice will be just like giving Dottie her hand out, like, "Deal, we will both have patience with ourselves and work
she shakes it
on ourselves."
And then Nurse Pfeiffer waits for you to leave and close the door, and then you hear her saying, "All right, so you put your arm around my shoulder like so, and I will put my arm around your waist like so, and then we will get up together." So obviously she has like this mechanical thing of how to move patients.
I will stand in front of the door listening for a while, because I'm curious how it will go, just to listen if I hear anything for like 5 minutes, and then I would leave.
And then you hear her say, "On 3. 1, 2, 3. Slowly. Yes, very good. No, lean on me. It's fine. Lean on me. Don't worry about it. Lean on me. Yes. And now we will just, you see the door? We will try and get halfway to the door. All right? You keep leaning on me. That's the ticket. That's the ticket. Very good. Very good. So now breathe. Keep breathing. Keep breathing. Yes, keep breathing as you're walking." And then she says, "See, that was very good. So now we just stay here a little bit. You just stand straight. You hold on to me, lean on me." And obviously this took almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, that would be the point where Alice would be, okay, tiptoeing down, because she doesn't want to make obvious noises to go down the stairs.
Yeah.
and would go into the kitchen and see A, what the kitten is off to, and B, to get some food, whatever is
Nurse
left.
Pfeiffer seems to know about cats because she has actually taken the rest of the food, put it on a plate, and put another plate on top. And the kitten is sitting there pawing at the top plate, trying to get at the contents, and it's halfway there, so it's basically pushing the top plate away.
And the thing is, I hope at least since it's still smaller, that it can't get on the counter that easily yet. It will
It
quite sure
if it's
get
if it's on the
there.
counter, it could make it, but if it was on the table, then it would have gotten on
Yeah,
the
gone
chair,
up.
and then
Okay.
so yeah. No, okay, let's say she put it on the counter. So the kitten is
Yeah.
sitting down there and eyeing it, and on its hind legs and doing
Hmm.
this.
I will just scruffle his head and then would, get myself some breakfast. Probably cut a little bit of bacon, just a tiny
Hmm.
edge, because she honestly has no idea what cats are allowed to
Yeah,
eat and what not. But she knows that human food is not the best, at least not
yeah.
in big amounts. So a tiny bit of bacon will hurt no one. So give the kitten a tiny bit of the bacon, and will eat a bit herself.
And you eat. So it's your own food. It tastes nice. It tastes nice. So well done. And as you sit there, you take your time. It's now time for the post, so your paper gets delivered. You can hear it fall through the slot in the door. And there is also obviously post because you hear a second envelope or something falling.
Okay, I will try to be at the post before the kitten is there.
Mhm.
Because I'm
Yeah, no
afraid it
problem.
might be shredded if she gets to it. So I'll grab the newspaper
It's the
and
New
the.
York Times,
Mm-hmm.
and it's an envelope,
Mm-hmm.
a little bit bigger than A4,
Mm-hmm.
and about, maybe this thick.
Mm-hmm.
And in very neat handwriting, it is your name and address.
Okay. I will open it.
You open it, and it is a bound, soft, kind of like booklet type thing. You pull it out,
Mm-hmm.
and on it it says, it's what you call it. It's got some kind of Jugendstil type cover,
Mm-hmm.
and it says Memories of New York by Irene Wellington. And out falls a piece of paper. It's a letter,
Mm-hmm.
and it says, Dear Miss Baker, you told me when we met that Irene had been playing for you that night. This was her last published work. Best regards, Sybil. And it's essentially sheet music bound up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's printed, so it's obviously it was published. So you've got the publishing house on it. So you may know them. I don't know if you know a lot about sheet music, but
Publishing houses maybe, but
yeah,
music a bit, but not like
mm-hmm,
that. She's
yeah,
not a big playing instruments
mm-hmm,
herself. And she will find a nice place for the book. Probably she will sit down even with
mm-hmm,
the book, having the newspaper next to her, knowing
mm-hmm.
that it might fall into hands of
Pause.
paws because it's making fun noises.
Mm-hmm,
And she will just flip through it a little bit.
mm-hmm. One of them is actually entitled New Year's Eve in New York, the one that you
Mm-hmm.
found. So obviously that was, and it's dedicated to C.
And I'll put it in a nice place with important books in a shelf.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Or probably put it on the mantelpiece of the
mm-hmm,
fireplace and would
mm-hmm,
bring it upstairs later on, because it actually should belong into the study, which at the moment, yeah, just put it there.
mm-hmm.
And I will just flip through the newspaper if there's
Mhm.
anything important just jumping at me.
Mhm.
It yells to look at.
Yeah, so basically there is it's 1931. So at the moment, everyone has come out of the crisis of the crash. It's slowly um gathering momentum. The economy around the globe is getting better, at least in the areas that are considered important, like the United States, the United Kingdom, and France are bouncing back. And so basically now that that New Year's has happened and everybody's kind of waking up from the festive season, things are happening. There will be concerts. There's going to be a new exhibition at the Met, of contemporary sculpture.
Mm-hmm.
So that's being discussed, and things like that. So there are no weddings just yet, so it's a little bit early in the year, but also just no deaths in your circle, so everybody seems to have gotten through New Year's without falling down the stairs drunkenly and breaking their necks or overeating and then dying. So yeah, there is nothing really happening in New
Okay.
York City that's
Then
relevant.
I'll get up and leave the paper for at least probably one sheet of the paper. Just bundle it up and we'll put it down for the kitten to play with.
And it's working like a charm.
I will go to the phone and call a flower shop
Mm-hmm,
of whoever usually we call,
mm-hmm,
and we'll order a bouquet of flowers to Sibyl's address,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah.
and just have them put in "Thank you so much, Alice Baker"
Mm-hmm.
as a
Okay,
card.
so you send the flowers, not a problem at all. Yeah.
And then I will look at the clock and say, okay, it's early enough or late enough. I will call home and call my mother just to
Mm-hmm,
get it over
mm-hmm.
with.
Okay, so the phone rings, and actually, it's your mother who answers. Hello,
Oh, Anna's here. Good morning. Good
Alice,
day.
dear. How are you doing?
Better. Surprised that you are on the phone directly.
Hopkins is dealing with something that was delivered wrongly to our address. He's trying to find out who is supposed to be getting uh, the trees. Don't ask me.
No, better not. Better not. I mainly wanted to say thank you for the perfect housemaid that you sent over to us. Miss Wilburn is fantastic.
I'm glad. I'm glad. She comes highly recommended.
She's doing a fantastic job, really helping us and not being in the way, just doing her job perfectly. The house looks spit spot on. The food is good, not as good as Dottie's, but good. And well, the nurse is looking after Dottie, but she's slowly getting better as well.
How are you doing?
Getting
Really?
better, as I said. I caught up on sleep, which is very helpful to not be tired all the time. And I'm just thinking out of character. Did I tell her about my broken rib?
Yes.
Okay. And just
It was
patiently.
widely discussed. She wanted to get a wheelchair for you.
Oh God, now I remember. And the ribs are slowly getting better, but the doctor said it just will take time and patience. So all the things I don't have usually. So I'm a good girl staying at home, eating regular food, and trying to just heal up. At least I can walk without problems. Again, laughing is still hard, but the rest slowly is getting better.
I'm glad to hear this. Your father and I are most concerned. Also, for that girl of yours, it seems if she has to be nursed back to health, that it must have been quite a difficult time.
She almost died. Honestly, the doctors were quite sure she would not make it to New Year. She had an extremely high fever running, and we all were a bit worried about her.
I'm glad she's recovering.
Me too. and she's already talking and making plans about when she's back on the job. So she's working on towards that.
Well, maybe you should exert your influence and ask her to stay in bed a little bit longer than she thinks is necessary.
We already made a deal today that I will have to take care, the same that she has to take care of her. And honestly, with Miss Wilburn, we are in good hands, so we don't have to worry about the household falling apart. And it will give us both time to, well, get to full health again.
If there is anything that I or your father can do, or anything that you need, I expect you to ring us or
Promise,
send
I
a
will.
message.
I will for sure, but you already helped enormous with Miss Wilburn. That was a grey scent. That makes less of a headache.
Good. Alice, I wish you and your girl a speedy recovery.
Thank you,
Take
and
it easy.
I will. And greetings to father. And
Yeah, your father is trying to sort out with Hopkins who these trees belong to. The
I
two of them.
hope you get it sorted out, because the trees for decoration inside or trees for outside
No,
in the
trees for
garden?
planting. I'm already thinking if we don't find whoever ordered them, we might just as well plant them ourselves.
You have enough space to
Yes,
plant
we
them.
do.
Well, someone else probably already paid them, so I hope you figured it out the best way it works for you. And
I've just decided to leave it up to them. I'm going to have a coffee now and read.
that sounds like exactly what I will do as well. Then have a nice rest of the day, and I will call whenever I need anything else. Take care.
Yes, please do. You too. And she hangs up.
Looking to the kitten. Well, that wasn't too bad, wasn't it?
Meow.
Why is my mum suddenly kind of nice? This is a bit disturbing, but well, we will take it. And she will go into the kitchen and will make herself a second cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm. The kitten follows you. It's got the piece of newspaper in its mouth and it's carrying it. It's almost as big as it is, but it's basically
Proudly.
they have this very proud
Yes.
way of walking.
A
Yeah.
tiny, tiny lion.
Yeah. Exactly, a tiny lion. Yeah.
And I will grab some coffee, and then we'll just sit down in the salon, and we'll just probably turn on some music in a not too loud, just calming way, and just sit.
Around
And
about 11 o'clock,
I guess
Miss Wilburn arrives. Did you give her a key, or does she have to ring the bell every time she wants to
I
get
gave
in?
her a key.
Okay, so you hear the key in the door. The door opens, the door closes. Then you hear a couple of steps, and then Ms. Baker.
Yes, Miss Wilburn. Good day.
Good day. I was going to prepare lunch now.
Yes.
Do you have? I've got the list of all of the special dietary requirements, and I have done the shopping. You can see that she actually has a hamper. Is there anything in particular that you would like me to do, or should I just go by the doctor's orders for everyone?
Go for everyone by the doctor's orders. Honestly, for me, it's probably not the worst to eat healthy as well. And Miss Pfeiffer, as far as I understand, will just eat whatever is in front of her. As long as it's tasty, and it is tasty. So she doesn't have, like, I am only eating this or that.
Very well. So if you don't need the kitchen, I would just go there.
I will just bring my cup when I'm done with the coffee in, and I hope I didn't leave the kitchen in a total mess after breakfast.
She kind of raises an eyebrow and says,
because Alice would have tried to at least get it halfway decent again.
Mm-hmm. And she goes in, she puts down the hamper, you can hear that, and then she actually starts doing whatever she needs to do to cook whatever it is that she's cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And and then at 12 sharp, lunch.
Mm-hmm. Too early, but well, we will go with it.
Mm-hmm. It's 12 o'clock lunch, 5 o'clock dinner. And then basically she sets the table. in the dining room and says, so will Nurse Pfeiffer eat with you in the dining room, or will she eat on her own in the dining room and you will eat with Miss Williams, or what would you like me to do exactly?
Give me a second and I will just clarify with her. I'm not sure how her plans are. I know only that I will be up in the afternoon. So Alice will go upstairs. She will knock on Dottie's door because she suspects the nurse is still there.
The nurse is there, and she says, Miss Baker, it worked really well. We took 2 turns around the room. I am very happy with the progress. It is a lot better than I had expected. Miss Williams then took a little nap, but she's now, and you can see she's sitting there bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. And she's already told me that she's hungry. So I suppose this is time for lunch.
Yeah, lunch is ready. It's just a question who is eating where and what. Do you want to be up? Should I join?
Well, I mean, if the 2 of you would like to have lunch together, I think this would be a very good idea, and I can have lunch in the dining room if that's all right with you.
That's totally all right.
Or would you prefer me to eat in my room?
No, you can have the dining room. Feel free. Or join Miss Wilburn in the kitchen, however you 2 want to handle it. I don't care. You can have the dining room
I will
for sure.
take the lead from Miss Wilburn where she wants to set the table.
Then I will be right back, Dottie, and I will grab lunch.
Okay, so you go downstairs. Lunch is actually soup. It is actually toasted sandwiches, very nicely done. So it's Philly sandwiches. Yeah, and then there is water, there is tea, there is coffee to be had, and there is also as a dessert fruit. And tonight she informs you there will be fish.
Perfect.
With potatoes and a side salad, and as a dessert there will be apple crumble with custard.
Very nice. Thank you. And Alice will ask Miss Wilburn if she would help to get the food upstairs, because we would need 2 trays to get it
Of
up.
course I will serve. That is not a problem at all.
And with Nurse Pfeiffer, you 2 can just figure out if she should sit in a dining room or kitchen. What is easier for you both? Just please don't have her eat in her own room. That's like, no, she can eat wherever she wants to eat, right?
I will convey this message to her, and I will let her choose where she wants to eat.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I will just peek into the salon just to see what Kitten is doing.
The kitten has actually gone to sleep. It's lying on the sofa in a little ball and snoring slightly.
Very good. And then we will, go upstairs, carrying 1 tray and Miss Wilburn the other, just going up to Dottie's room.
And you go upstairs, and Dottie and you have lunch. It's Dottie eats the whole plate again.
I'm struggling to eat the whole plate, I'm quite sure. I will eat enough, but I will not eat everything, for sure.
And she looks at your plate, she says,
Are
you not finishing that?
I'm done. If you want
more.
Can
I have that?
Sure.
This is the first time she's ever done that.
She will swap
plates. You swap plates, and Dottie eats that as well, and she says, "This is not bad.
It's not as good as yours, but it's not bad. I think we got a good recommendation in Miss Wilburn."
How did you find her in the first place?
You will not like the answer.
She looks at you puzzled.
I asked my mother.
You asked your mother? But that's very good.
It took a lot of...
You spoke to your mother?
Yeah, I called her this morning again. So I spoke within a week 2 times with her. And today I wasn't drunk. Last time when I asked her for help, I was drunk because I couldn't bear it otherwise.
Miss Alice.
You know how it is with Mother. Well, she gave us the recommendation for Miss Wilburn, and she is doing a good job. So I'm quite happy with that. And I called my mother today to say thank you, and that we are both doing better, and Miss Wilburn was a perfect recommendation.
That is very good.
Yes.
I'm glad that you're speaking to your mother. You know that.
I know. She was weirdly nice today. It's a bit scary. Something is kind of wrong, but I will just take it for granted at the moment.
Maybe she's just concerned. She
I
was always
think
concerned, but maybe she doesn't know how to show it.
I think she's concerned, especially with me, broken ribs, you not there. But I think she was happy that she could help. At least she knows that we both are well fed and the house is clean.
You see, I was able to walk around the room twice today. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow I can cook.
Baby steps, dear, baby steps. I will just pat her knee. But I'm very proud of you for already making these rounds. Let Miss Wilbur work for her money, at least for a tiny bit. We will just enjoy that we can be lazy. It's like a vacation,
Laziness is
kind
the
of.
beginning of all evil. It says so in the Bible.
Then not lazy, but it's saving your energy because you need the energy to get back on your feet completely.
Psychology roll.
God. I can't win. I'm quite sure that's not. Oh, that's a hard success.
Wow, ticket. She is extremely chipper.
Mm-hmm.
This is a completely different Dottie again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
At least she's not throwing things at me, and at least she's not like, I don't want to live anymore. At the moment, it seems to be a good thing. We'll just take it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I would suspect if we are done, I will take down the plates. And then it's a question, do you want to have a short nap? How do you feel?
I actually feel all right. I don't feel tired.
Then I will just grab the chessboard and we'll come up again with maybe also some water, and then
yeah, actually I feel a lot thirstier than I usually am.
Well, you didn't drink anything for quite a bit, so
Yeah.
I'm quite sure your body just needs more. I will be right back.
All right.
And Alice will just put everything on top of each other, and she will just carry down the plates, hopefully not stumbling and crashing everything.
No, you're fine. No, you don't.
And we'll bring it into the kitchen. Thank you, Miss Wilburn. That was a lovely lunch.
You enjoyed it. That's very good. How is the patient doing? Did she like it?
She liked it very much.
Did she eat?
She inhaled her food.
That is very good, because I understand that she needs to make up for lost time.
Definitely. It would also... The nurse, is she in the kitchen or is she in the dining room?
The nurse and she are having lunch in the kitchen.
Okay.
And now they're having a coffee.
Nurse Pfeiffer, do you think it would be safe to have at least a carafe of water upstairs, as long as I keep it next to me and she can't initially grab it? Because she's quite thirsty and then I don't have to run up and down.
No, I think that is fine. If you don't leave it with her when she's on her own,
I will put it next to me and take it out again when I leave. Then, if you have nothing urgently, Miss Pfeiffer, I would keep her company. Maybe you want to take a nap for the afternoon. You didn't get much to any sleep this night.
Yes, I would appreciate this. Yeah.
Then we will see each other for dinner again.
Yes, absolutely. Very good.
Then Alice will grab... She has like a cliche travel, like where you can board halfway, clap down, and the figures are inside. She has one of this. Will grab it. She will grab the kitten in the other hand and will make her way upstairs.
Okay, you arrive at Dottie's room.
Knocking at the door.
Come in.
I'm just thinking about a carafe Well, the board under the arm, which is pressing against the ribs, but so what? And the kitten.
Yeah, you have two sides. You can also put it in the other side.
Yeah, and then I will just step inside, probably having the kitten trying to have it behind my back, although it's struggling, walking through the picture, as we have seen in the big lion example that you have, and would just put down the board on her bed, and would be like, I have a little surprise for you. Just close your eyes.
She closes her eyes.
And I will carefully sit down the kitten right, basically on her chest, like right in front of her, and would like, open your eyes.
She opens her eyes. It's a kitten.
It's a gift for you.
For me?
That someone keeps company.
It's beautiful. And she lifts the kitten up, and the kitten is kind of like, and then she brings it to her face, and the kitten is nuzzling her, and she's inhaling the scent of the kitten, because when they're young they have quite a distinct smell. And she says, "What's his name?"
Her. And I didn't give her a name yet, because it's your kitten. It's your decision to name it yet. I thought it would be nice to, at least for you now, to have company, and then we have company in the house later on, which would be nice.
I will name you Maeve, after Queen Maeve from the Tales.
That's a beautiful name.
Queen Maeve was tall, she was strong, and she was very brave. The kitten's kind of like, because she's holding it in the air, so it's doing this. And she's gently setting it down again on her chest, and the kitten is kind of like, sniffing her and also eyeing you, and kind of like walking towards you and sniffing you, then walking back, and she's walking between the two of you, and then she settles.
Well, then we have a new family member. I'm quite happy you like her, because I was honestly not sure after I brought her home if this was a good idea.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, you don't have to.
Of course I have to thank you.
Well, then you're welcome, but I think a little pet in the house is not the worst idea. There's enough space.
I wonder if she can already climb stairs.
Well, she tried to climb the counter. She didn't manage to, luckily. If not, I wouldn't have any breakfast.
You cannot go and take Miss Alice's breakfast, Maeve. That is not okay.
Well, the bacon was smelling very good, I think. I gave her a tiny bit. Just not much, but a tiny bit.
She plays with the kitten, and she says, "Maeve, you have your food and we have our food. And especially Miss Alice. She has to eat all of her food. You cannot take that. You can give her some of your food, though. That's fine." Maeve kind of doesn't really feel like sharing her food with you is a good idea at all. And then Dottie basically puts her in the kind of like in the nook of her arm, and she says, "So what about that chair set?"
Yeah, I will pull over. I could see that she has like a side table next to her armchair, just pulling that over next to the bed, putting the chest in the middle, setting everything up, and then slowly explaining the rules, which takes a long time.
Yeah, she rolls a 10 on her intelligence.
That's good.
That's really good. Let's see what her intelligence... I mean, her intelligence is fairly... or is that education? But in either case, it's an extreme success, because she has 10, so that's 14 or 11. So she's actually doing really well. She's picking this up quite well. I mean, as long as you would expect it, but it's going really well. You know.
Then
Yeah.
that will keep us busy.
Mm-hmm.
Although Alice between always would keep an eye if she sees that Dottie is feeling more tired, or just trying to keep an
Mm-hmm.
eye open on that.
What you observe is this kind of like almost exuberant personality that's coming through that you also have never seen before like this.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more like, yes, it is Dottie, and yes, you know, she's still calling you Miss Alice or Madam, you know, but
But it's still not a typical.
it's still not the typical. So she is a lot lighter than she normally is, but she's showing no signs of flagging. So she's got energy. And round about 5 o'clock, there is a knock on the door, and
Mm-hmm.
it's Nurse Pfeiffer, and she says, "Miss Alice, Miss Baker, Miss Williams, dinner would be ready in 5 minutes. So will you have dinner here? Then I will ask Miss Wilburn that we bring it up, or do you, Miss Alice, want to come downstairs?"
I think I would like to have dinner up here. That would be
That is
lovely.
fine. Mhm. Um, Miss Williams, how are you feeling? And she looks at her, and Dottie replies that she's actually feeling quite well, and she says, "Very well. So tomorrow, after breakfast, we will go for another round. But this time, we're actually going to make it to the landing. We're not going to climb the stairs just yet, but I want you to leave the room to start moving a little more. So just, you know, for the evening, picture what the landing looks like, what you remember about it, and then we'll take it tomorrow." And then she goes downstairs. And about 10 minutes later, Miss Wilburn shows up with a tray
Mm-hmm.
with 2 plates of the main course and the side salads. And then she says, "And once you have finished, you just ring this bell, and then I will bring up the dessert."
Thank you so much.
And Dottie eats really quickly, and she eats a lot. Everything on her plate vanishes like that.
Alice will eat, depending on how full the plate is. But
It's full.
then she will, as always, not eat it completely. She will eat good
Dottie
for
swaps
Alice,
plates.
and then we will swap plates again.
And
Probably a
then
little bit of fish I will just hand over to the kitten.
yeah, the kitten sniffs it. It's been doused in wine, so the kitten kind of goes, "Mm."
Okay.
Yeah. So she cooked it in wine, and you can still smell the wine, although the wine doesn't do anything, but the smell is still there, and the kitten kind of declines politely.
I will bring you food after we are done, little one. That's a question. I would put the food outside on the landing, or do you want to have her? I think the
I think
landing
she
is
can
better,
stay
right?
here.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Dottie says, "Should we ring the bell for dessert?"
You go ring it.
And she takes the bell and she rings it.
Very softly, as I imagine.
Yeah. And then obviously, you know, it does get heard because the door is a little bit ajar.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hear Miss Wilburn coming up the stairs, and she has the dessert. Apple crumble, enough for 4 people. Well, maybe 3. 3, and with custard, copious amounts of custard poured over it. And Dottie ravenously eats. And yeah,
She
and
would
it's
get
good.
again something of Alice because that's too much for Alice to eat, but it's good.
And she doesn't even try to make you eat more. She just eats whatever you put in front of her, and she's content.
I think Alice would make sure that she's eating a good portion. So not like picky like she usually is. She's really eating a decent amount, but she's just not used to such large portions. It's like,
Yeah,
oh god.
and it is a lot. So, but you can also see that Dottie looks quite different today again. So she has filled out more, or maybe also the, you know, like the grayness of the skin has vanished. So she's a lot better.
When we're done with dinner, I will just bring the plates down and we'll grab the food for the kitten and also the litter box that we can put it up here, but I will put it outside on the
Yeah,
landing
and
because you
something
don't
to
want
drink
this
as well, so a bowl
something
of
to
hot
drink.
water. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I will peek in a bit later.
Good. I think I'll actually sleep a little. I feel a little bit tired now after all.
Well, you had quite some action today, but well, I will just tiptoe back inside with the cat stuff and then let you sleep. And I will tell Pfeiffer that you're sleeping as well, and I will grab the carafe and take it with
Very
me.
good. Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll go. By now, I think it's empty, probably because we've
Yeah.
both been drinking water.
Yeah.
And I will go downstairs. We'll just bring everything into the kitchen. Thank you again. That was a great dinner. Thank you so much, Miss Pfeiffer. I will just bring the cat stuff upstairs.
Sure.
She's feeling a bit tired. She will try to sleep some, but I'm not sure. Do you want to stay awake overnight again, or do you think it's safe to just
Yeah,
have a sleep?
just for the night. Last night she slept through. She was only awake once, but then just turned over and went to sleep again. So I'll just so it seems like her sleeping patterns are quite normal. So during the night she's asleep, during the day she's awake. I wouldn't concern myself about the fact that she is tired. It is to be expected.
Well, after today, all the action she
Yes.
had, standing up,
Yeah.
with me using her brain to learn how to play chess, I think
That
that's
is
quite a
actually
bit.
very good to keep her occupied. I will spend the night in the room as well to see how she is doing. But if it's the same as last night, as of tomorrow night, I will just keep her door open and mine open just so that I can hear.
Good.
But it should be fine.
That is fine.
And Miss Wilburn is at the moment
Cleaning
already
up.
doing the dishes, cleaning up, and then she says, I will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Is there any laundry that needs doing tomorrow?
I think by now, yes, we would have a bit from
Very
Dottie and
good.
myself. I will make sure it's easily to grab.
Very good. Yes. So I will take care of this tomorrow, then after lunch, between lunch and dinner.
Thank you so much.
And then she leaves. She locks the door behind her and walks away.
I will grab basically the food bowl with some food and water, and would ask Miss Nurse Pfeiffer if she would be able to carry both of them up, and I will grab the litter box.
Yeah, it's not a problem. You
And
do
would
that.
follow her, and thought he wanted to have the drink and food inside of her room. The litter box we will just park
Sure.
around the corner. So if the
No
kitten
problem.
overnight is doing anything stupid, just set it outside. But it's Dottie's now, so... Oh, and it's called Maeve, just in case you're interested.
Maeve. And she looks at her. She looks at the kitten. Well, Maeve, you and I will watch over your new owner tonight and make sure that she has very pleasant dreams. And the kitten kind of looks at her and kind of like goes, "Meow." And then and you
ruffle its head just a tiny bit. Good night, dear. And whisper properly towards Dottie, good night. And then to Miss Pfeiffer,
Yeah.
Good night. If there's anything, just
Sleep well.
feel free
Yes,
to wake
I
me
will.
up.
Of course, of course, of course.
And
don't worry yourself.
I will go downstairs. I'll probably grab a glass of whiskey. And not only a little bit, but a bit more. No, one finger, probably more 3 or 4 fingers. And we'll, with ice, nevertheless. And we'll go to the phone and we'll call Matthew's private number and see if he's at home.
The phone is answered. However, it's not Matthew. The Gregory residence. It's Pamela's voice.
Alice here.
Alice, dear, how are you doing?
I am on my way back on my feet. How are you? You are back.
Yes, we came back 2 days ago, and I've told Matthew 3 times to ring you. But will he ever listen?
Well,
he was like, well, it's just after the holidays. She will have been busy partying, and I don't want to disturb her. And I also know that she doesn't want to talk to me as much because she has so many friends. And I was like, Matthew, you are one of her oldest friends. Why on earth would she not want to talk to you?
That is a very
Especially
good
since you have
question.
so much to tell her.
That is interesting. Well, he is one of my best friends, so I always enjoy talking to him. And, well, I
What
have
I've been saying?
news as well, although my news are not as good. I hope his news, maybe your news as well, are better. How was Canada?
It was lovely. It was lovely. It was cold. It was snowing. It was great. We were snowed in for 2 days. It was very romantic, as you can imagine. Well, as for the news, we have decided that William needs a change of scenery. He needs to get away from his parents, so I've decided to take him on a little trip. And he has agreed. I'm going to take him to Egypt, just for a couple of months. We're leaving in 2 weeks. And I have persuaded Matthew to join us. Matthew, Alice is on the phone. Would you like to tell her your news directly, or do you want me to do it?
Please let him talk to me. Not that I don't like to talk to you, Pamela. I would love that we could meet.
Matthew, it's time for you to be a man and talk to her directly. And you and you hear protests, and Alice, I'm Pamela has been asking me to talk to you for 3 days, ever since we came back.
I know, but honestly, it's good. It's been a bit crazy, so it's good that you waited until I am calling. But it's nice to hear that you're back, although I hear you're going on a vacation trip.
Yes,
Are you
it's more
sure
than
that you will be happy in Egypt, where it's warm, sweaty, and murky, and sandy at the same time?
Pamela assures me that it's beautiful. She's been there before. I have news.
I'm listening.
I've quit my job. I'm going to freelance as a lawyer when we get back.
Alice is taking a very big sip of gas. I am surprised. I didn't know you were unhappy in your job.
I wasn't unhappy, but it is a bit difficult to be with someone like Pamela if you have to hold down a regular job with regular business and office hours.
You're sure about this? Don't get me wrong, I like Pamela a lot. But at the same time, I know you didn't just out of a gut do this. You thought this through and mulled over it probably for weeks.
I did. She tried to dissuade me.
I hope you're leaving at least on good terms. That if you
I'm
see
leaving on the best terms.
good, because if it's
I will
not
be
working
I will
out,
be working for them as well,
good.
but I will be working as an associate.
So no partner.
Not a partner anymore.
Well, enjoy life at the moment. You can get back into partnership and settle down if you feel like it later. I think getting a bit out of your comfort zone is not the worst.
So tell me your news.
Well, I had an accident and broke my ribs. But I'm getting better already. But
What?
it's taking.
She broke her ribs. Pamela, she broke her ribs. Did you know this?
No,
Pamela's kind of like going, no.
yeah. I didn't have the chance yet to tell her. Well, you know, horses. I just should not sit on top of them.
What were you doing on horses?
Well, I've been in my old school. We were there for an anniversary.
Alice, sorry, but I mean, what?
Well, we had anniversary and we met with a few other fellow school people at school, and we have stables there. I take. Well, nevertheless, ribs are healing. I'm home, safe and sound, and the doctor says it's just patience and taking time. The other probably even worse news is that Dottie was in hospital and almost died of
What?
fever.
Why didn't...
It just happened. Basically, New Year's Eve to 1st of January night. She's back home now, but under care of a nurse, and it will take quite a bit of time. So I'm stuck in a good way at home, probably for myself.
Alice, you should have rung.
But what? You can't do anything. There's no one to sue.
Now I'm hurt. I could have... You could have... We could have talked, at least.
That's why I'm calling now. I have organized all the things that have to be organized. We have a nurse there looking out for her. We have the doctor coming in regularly. We have the... Okay. And we have a housemaid as well in the house that takes care of everything. So now I have time.
It sounds like this is like really dramatic. And then you can hear Pamela say, Matthew, what is going on?
What do you think about coming by for dinner? Not tomorrow, but the day after? Pamela said you will leave in 2 weeks, so you still have time.
Of course we can. I mean, yes, of course. Pamela, we're going to go to Alice's place for dinner in 2 days' time. She's got news. It seems like Dottie nearly died. Pamela's like, Matthew, are you sure you got that right?
Would you... Yes, you got it right, Matthew. And I can tell you a little bit more in peace and quiet when you're here, when you want to. But it would be lovely to see you guys before you leave.
Quite. Pamela says, do you want me to talk to her? And he hands her the receiver and she says,
I will take another sip of the drink.
I'm sorry, Alice. What was that? What was that about Dottie? How is she doing?
Slowly getting better, but she was in hospital and they didn't know she would make it. So it will take some time. And yeah, what was quite crazy, you can imagine, the last days. But she's settled now. We have everything figured out, organizational that we need. And now I would enjoy some company, at least in between. Since I will not go out, and honestly, I'm quite sure the doctor would say I shouldn't go out. It would be nice to have you guys over for dinner in 2 days, because tomorrow is probably a bad day, so day after would be really good.
Of course. What time?
6 o'clock.
Very well, we will be there.
Thank you so much. And
is there anything else that you need? Is there anything we can do?
Just carefully prepare for your trip. I hear a lot of adventurous things about Egypt, although I'm jealous. One day I want to see Egypt myself. It sounds like a wonderful country. And if you know something, that is something you need to tell me when you're here. Because I need all the tips from you guys, maybe one day if I go there. And also make sure Matthew is well prepared, because I honestly don't see him walking in Egypt without dying from heat stroke.
I will look after him.
I'm quite sure you will.
What do you think about his news?
Let's say skeptical, because it's a complete change of his long life plan he had. He was always proud partnership, then just growing to be the leader of the company. This road, but I get why, and honestly, enjoying life is important. He's not throwing away everything. He's still doing the job. He's still staying in connection. But the one thing I always kicked him is to enjoy life, and he's doing that thanks to you.
I tried to dissuade him.
He said so. But if he makes up his mind, he makes up his mind.
He's a little bit stubborn.
Yeah, it takes time. But then it's hard to impossible to move his mind.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which is usually a good quality in him, because you can just depend. If he says he'll do it, he will do it whatever happens.
When we get back, I was thinking I would like to ask William to put together a little bit of an exhibition. His teacher is also in favor of it. I think it would mean a lot to him if you came.
Sure.
Good. Yeah, I'm hoping to take him sketching. The human figure is still something that he shies away from. So maybe sketching some of the sculptures will be interesting for him.
I'm quite sure he will enjoy it. It will be something completely new, and that usually sparks a lot of ideas in artists, I think so. But it's glad that he's still enjoying the art and working on it.
Yes, he is improving. His teacher that you recommended is doing a great job, and the two of them are getting on really well. And I've also managed to tell him and to persuade him that when we get back from Egypt, he will have to tell his parents what he's really up to.
He still didn't tell.
No.
But he's doing so well.
Well, you see, the thing is, I have decided not to interfere.
Yeah, I honestly, looking at my parents, I get why I wouldn't dare. It took some time for me to tell. Well, I officially never told my mother what I'm doing as a job, and that I even have a job. But okay. So I kind of understand. Okay, then have a nice evening.
Have a nice evening too, you too, and we will see each other in 2 days.
Exactly. Bye.
Bye. And she rings off.
Quitting his job. I'll take another sip of the drink. And I'll just make sure there's still some wood in the fireplace in the salon, and just sit there, would have some music playing, but quite in the background, and just stare into the fire. And imagining Matthew in his suit in Egypt.
Yes.
With a little smile on my face. And will probably feel tired quite early as well, and will then go upstairs and go to bed.
So the next morning, same routine, you go downstairs.
Yeah, I put my alarm clock quite early, because to be honest, it would be good if breakfast is ready early and not at my usual breakfast time.
And there's no kitten to wake you because the kitten's upstairs.
That is good. So I will just take the alarm clock, will get up a bit grumpy, but go down in the kitchen, start with coffee for myself, because coffee is good for the soul, at least for Alice. And we'll get to breakfast, because she found in a cookbook the recipe for pancakes.
Okay.
And she will still do some toast, because toast is a safe place, but she will try to do pancakes.
Okay, do you want to make a luck roll?
Not really, but let's try.
Did you not skill cooking? I thought you chose cooking as a craft.
Thing. I did. I have it in, but with a horrible...
Even worse than your luck.
It's on 10, so it's worse than your luck. But still, we will go with cooking. I need to learn.
No.
It's not worth spending the luck. I'm close. I'm at 15, but it's...
You didn't really burn them.
Okay, there's room for improvement.
Yeah, there is, but yeah.
But at least no catastrophe. And still doing some toast, tea, and coffee. Although coffee just for me, because I know the rest of everyone is drinking tea. And I will put Dottie's breakfast together. Put my cup of coffee next to it, and we'll go upstairs.
You go upstairs, Nurse Pfeiffer is there. Dottie is awake. The two of them are talking about the weather. And then Nurse Pfeiffer says, breakfast. So I will go downstairs and have breakfast, and then the two of you can have breakfast here. And then when I get back at around 9 o'clock, we will go to the landing. And the kitten runs against your legs.
Mm-hmm. Just putting the tray down in front of Dottie. I hope you slept well and the kitten did not wake you up.
No, she didn't.
That is a good one. Just looking down. And
it's trying to climb you.
I will, after I set down the tray and put my mug next to her, I will put the kitten up just in my lap and will just scruffle its head. I'm not sure how well the pancakes are. They're not as good as yours by far, but I hope they're edible. If not, I will grab more toast for you.
She eats the pancake. Make a psychology roll.
Nope. Big fail.
She looks fine.
Mm-hmm.
They're really good. She's chewing just like I'm chewing on this wine gummy because it's actually quite difficult. They're very good, Miss Baker. Very good.
They well, at least they're not burned. I think that is a bonus point. But
the worst that can happen to a pancake is that it's runny. These are not runny.
No, they're too dry. I will work on that. I will get it better. I'm not sure. I think the recipe was not up to spit. I need to see if I can get another one.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
Mm-hmm. Greetings from Matthew and Pamela. They are back home.
From Canada.
Yeah. They have news.
They're getting married.
No. That was honestly what I thought. Matthew quit his job. He's working
at the law firm.
Yeah.
But he was married to the law firm.
He stepped out. He's now freelancer. He's not partner anymore. He's just one freelancer. He's still working with the company, but he's doing freelance jobs because, believe it or not, in 2 weeks he will go to Egypt together with Pamela.
She puts down the pancake that was on the fork, and she's like, to Egypt.
I see Pamela in Egypt, and honestly, I would love to visit Egypt because I'm really curious about all I heard from the country.
Gregory was never a traveler.
No, I think Pamela is forcing him to see more of the world that I'm not sure if he's happy with it or not. Usually he's not the one who can be pushed into something that he doesn't want to, though. Maybe he always wanted to travel, but he never felt it right. And they will take William with them for art study reasons, which I think is a good idea. He's doing well. Making good progress, Pamela said. He still didn't tell his parents, which I totally understand. And he will join them in Egypt as well.
And for how long?
They did not say, but it sounded like a longer space. You don't travel half the world just for staying there for a week. That would be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That was quite a surprise news. I invited them over for dinner in 2 days. I'm not sure if you will be able to join and sit down there, to be honest. If you are and Miss Pfeiffer's fine with it, we can. If not, I will invite them later for another dinner, because they're still here for 2 weeks. Right? Just that you know. But I was curious to see them and learn more about Egypt.
Of course, because if I'm not better, then you should still see them before they go and travel half the world.
But I will see if they can come over when you're a bit better, at least on a coffee jump or so. And, well, that was quite some news, I have to say. I did not think... I thought about they got engaged. That was my main suggestion after, hey, we have news for you. But well, I'm curious to see how happy he really is when I see him. Although Pamela was not happy with this idea. Just
Of going to Egypt.
well, no, he wants him there in Egypt. I'm quite sure, but also he's changing his job ways and all his life upside down for her. It's good to see that she's at least a bit hesitant about it as well. But hey, he's stubborn. Although it takes more time for him to be stubborn, not as jumpy as I am in being stubborn, but if he wants something, he will just do it. Well, we will see. Egypt. One day, we both need to go there as well.
Egypt. What would I be doing in Egypt?
Traveling Egypt together with me. Seeing the pyramids, learning more about the ancient people in Egypt, the weird god thingies they have.
Do you have books about Egypt, Miss Alice?
Yes. Lots of
Can I borrow one?
Sure, I will pick a good one and bring it up to you.
Okay. At that moment, Nurse Pfeiffer comes in and she says, well, if you're finished with your breakfast, and she looks and she surveys the trays, we will go for a little walk, Miss Williams.
I will get our stuff downstairs. I will eat breakfast because I honestly didn't have breakfast yet. I just tasted a little corner of the pancake and had some coffee. So I will eat something as well. And I will come back with some food for the little one. And I'll go downstairs and we'll eat breakfast. Probably realizing myself the pancakes are not the best. But kind of edible.
I will give you this. They are edible, but they are kind of like, as you said, they are very dry, so they break instead of kind of like you can't really roll them over. So you see that you should have used maybe a little more butter or something, but it's not something that can't be remedied, and they are totally edible.
That is good. And then I will grab some cat food and go back upstairs.
As you go upstairs, you see that the two of them are actually walking up and down the landing. So she's holding on, Dottie's holding on with one hand to the banister, and the other one she has basically on the shoulder of Miss Pfeiffer. And Miss Pfeiffer she has her arm around her waist, but she's not touching her. So basically only if she sees that she's kind of faltering. Yeah. But other than that, and she says, well, you're doing a really good job. See, I'm not even holding on to you. You're doing a really good job. That's very good. Very, very good. And now let go of the banister and see if we can take these 3 steps to the door. And then you hold on to the door frame. And I'm here. And you hold on to my shoulder. And the two of them make it. And she actually manages to keep going. And then she touches the door frame. She says, very well done. And so the two of them walk. I mean, for you, what you're seeing is it is taking an age. They are walking really slowly. It's almost like Dottie is this 90-year-old, and you can also hear that she is breathing quite heavily. How does that make you feel?
Horrible, but honestly, still happy that we see progress like that. So it's a bit mixed. It's still like it's horrible to see her like that because Alice knows from herself that it's the worst position to be in because mind-wise she would be like running through the house and being in the kitchen and just doing what she does. But the body is not with her in that state. But it's surprising to see her standing and walking kind of on her own already, because after all that she heard from the doctors, it could have been, although they said body-wise she would be fit again. I think here it helps that she's so stubborn as well. She wants to do it, so she will do it.
Okay.
I will give them like a minute and then I will just knock and go inside and just like, I'm just here to fill up the food for the little one.
And the little one is excited and she basically runs towards the food dish. On a 63, she actually falls over because she's basically not getting as much purchase. So it's like in those cartoons when they basically run in the air. And then she crashes into the food bowl and then starts eating. And then Nurse Pfeiffer says, "So how are we feeling now, Miss Dottie?" And Dottie says, "I actually feel a little bit tired." Yes, I understand. So I understand that the psychoanalyst is going to see you in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. So how about you get some rest now, and then lunch, and then you get ready for your doctor's appointment. But now it's good that you're resting. You're doing really well. You're doing really well. And Dottie actually lies back, and you can see that her eyes are fluttering shut, and you can see that she is tired. You can see on her face that she is tired. And the nurse gets up. She says, "Can I have a word?"
Sure, just the kitten looks fine. I will just
Yeah.
step outside.
And she closes the door and she says, "That was very good. She is a lot stronger than maybe they gave her credit for in the hospital.
She's a stubborn Irish. When she wants to walk, believe me, she will walk whatever it costs
Yeah.
her.
And this is also where we have to be a little bit careful, because she has a very strong mind which will drive her forward even when her body is about to give out.
Yeah, she was talking about getting into the kitchen today, so...
There is no way she's going to go to the kitchen. There's no way we'd want her anywhere near the stairs for the next couple of days.
I also told her that tomorrow I will have dinner visit, and I would love to have her there, but I'm quite sure she will not be able to. We will repeat the dinner when she's able to at least go downstairs and sit with us to have dinner. But at least I don't want to lie to her, because she will hear when there are people downstairs.
No, quite. It's never good to lie to patients. And I also think that the dinner would probably exhaust her too much, even mentally.
Yeah.
Let alone she won't be able to negotiate the stairs, and it's a risk that I'm not going to take. But we will repeat today's exercise, walking down the landing tomorrow, and then the day after, and then maybe in 4 days, 5 days time, we will do it a couple of times a day. She really needs to get that energy that she has in her mind back into her body. She's eating very well, it seems, unless you have been eating her portions.
No, honestly, she's eating part of my portion. She is unusual hungry, but after... Well, she lost a lot of weight in the hospital, so I understand why she's that hungry.
It is also a good sign, because quite often patients with her mental problems lose interest in food and other things like, self-care. But she's not like that, so that's very good.
Although at the moment we have a quite happy, frilly Dottie here. It might change when we are back to...
You say that this is not a normal cell?
Close, but a bit too happy. Too energetic, honestly. It's just a bit... Honestly, I can live with... If that is how she is, I'm fine with that. But it's not her typical self. But as I said, in a good way at the moment. But we will see how it goes.
We will have to pay a little bit more attention to this, because it could be that we're seeing an up mood swing that will then be followed by a very low down mood swing.
Because she was before that low down, and I'm not sure how she will eat when she is down. And the idea is that the kitten might help then.
Oh, the kitten is adorable, and I think she really likes him.
I hope she also is able to move and work with the kitten when she's not feeling like it. I think sometimes it helps when you have someone else you have to take care of, and she can take care of the kitten. So
it's my understanding that she also usually takes care of you.
Yeah, but
she keeps telling me that she keeps telling me what to tell Miss Wilburn.
Yeah.
So far, I've refrained from instructing Miss Wilburn. I don't think she takes instructions particularly well.
No. You can have wishes on maybe what you need, but let her do her own things. But yes, usually I think we are taking care of each other in quite different ways. So we will see how it goes. I will just sneak in in a few minutes and just put a book by her bedside table because we were talking about Egypt and she would like to read on that, which is, I think, good to also keep her mind busy.
Very good, yes, indeed.
And I will definitely, for the next days, whenever it's time and she feels like it, be open to teach her more chess or read stories or something else. I will not leave the house. Because honestly, I also need to heal, and now is the best time to just look after myself as well.
May I ask, how have you been sleeping these last couple of days?
Surprisingly well.
That's good. If there is, because I am, of course, hired to look after Miss Williams, but I am a nurse nonetheless, so I do take my oaths quite seriously. So if you ever feel that you need medical attention, I can at least give you a first assessment or even first, well, I don't want to call it aid because you seem quite able, but if there is anything that you need with regard to your ribs or something, you can just let me know.
Well, there the stubbornness comes in on my side as well. It will just work. I know laughing is a bad idea. That's the point where I feel it the most. And standing up and down, or getting up and down from sitting, is still a bit of deep breath, but, well, it will pass. It just takes time. It's not healing within a day.
Okay. And then she basically then also says, I will, since Miss Williams is now asleep, I will just I will take an hour to myself.
Sure. It's a question, can we leave her or should I join her?
Well, maybe leave the door open.
Okay.
I'll have my door open anyway. And if she's asleep and the two of you peer in and she is actually sleeping, then I think she will be fine for an hour. She also has to get used to the fact that she's not always surrounded by people.
I will be in the study next to her room anyhow, so we will both hear if anything is happening.
Okay.
Good.
So you bring in the book.
Yeah.
And when you bring in the book, she's still asleep. And then after an hour, you hear Nurse Pfeiffer return to her room, and you hear kind of like the motion of somebody moving the chair a little bit and possibly settling in. But then nothing happens. At 11 o'clock on the dot, Miss Wilburn shows up. She starts making lunch. Lunch is served.
I would go down and would tell her that the laundry, I would have brought stuff together, probably in my bedroom, just in the corner, that she can pick it up. And I would also just ask her or inform her more to that I will have guests for dinner in 2 days. So not this evening, but the evening after. So if you could make a bit more dinner for 2 people more, that would be
Would you
really
like
lovely.
anything special to be prepared for that dinner?
Honestly, they both eat whatever served. So at least I, so far, I've never heard that they don't like this or don't like that. So just
Very well.
whatever you can get and what you like to cook.
Very well, madam. Very well. I will look at the dietary requirements and make sure that whatever I cook will meet them. But I will make a little bit of a special occasion considering that you're having guests.
The question is if you, when you made up your mind what you would, at least tomorrow, that you give me a heads up because I will check what kind of wine we can give.
Well, I will let you know by tonight.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much.
Yes, because then I might have to do some additional shopping tomorrow.
Also, question, just if you have a few more minutes.
Of course.
Any tips on making pancakes?
It depends on what the issue was. Were they too runny or were they too dry?
They were a bit too dry. They were
So it
not
tells you-
burned, but yeah.
Well, it really depends, but I'm partial to butter.
Means more
Put in
butter.
more butter
Okay.
in the pan. And make sure that it doesn't brown.
Yeah, then it changes the taste.
Indeed.
Okay.
And she basically, she whips up a batter like nothing. And then she says, so now we'll try this. And she shows you exactly how she does it. And hers are not runny and they're not too dry. And then she says, well, you go.
I will. The question is, Hugo means I have to do the batter from the beginning, or Alice will open the cookbook with the recipe.
She takes the cookbook away from you and she says, Madam, forget about cookbooks.
No.
Cooking happens in the heart.
But it's pancakes. I need the cookbook. If not, we will have something
You
very
need
weird.
milk. You need flour.
But
You need an egg.
In which ratio? She will grab her cookbook bag.
She rolled a 90. Her patience has run out. It's very easy. Just get started, get the flour, and I will tell you when to stop.
Do you
Go ahead.
just want to make...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Alice will have a last peek into the cookbook and will try to memorize how much of what. It's not that many ingredients. I'm quite sure she can at least keep it halfway in mind, and she will start getting stuff together.
Mm-hmm. You get stuff together. You can now roll on cooking again, but you get a plus 30 because she's looking over your shoulder and she's giving you direction.
That is a success. I rolled a 24.
Okay, then you can actually tick it. So basically you can increase the skill next time if you roll over. You make the batter, and the batter is actually a little bit different than the one that you made, because it's now, it contains a little more milk, and the egg to flour ratio is a bit different. She says, very good. So now here's a little trick. You take the iron, it has to be a cast iron skillet. You put it on, put in the butter, and then you take this, and she takes a wooden spoon, and she says, dip the spoon into the butter and wait until there are little bubbles forming around the wood of the spoon. Once this happens, it's hot enough, but not too hot. That's when you make the pancake.
Understood. Alice will take the spoon, will dip it into, or hold it into the butter in the pan, and will stare at it.
It starts bubbling.
Okay, she will put the spoon aside and will do the first pancake.
And then you basically swirl it around, and you do this, and it starts running, and then she says, very good, now don't toss it, this is for pros. Take a spatula.
I'm not tossing it, I'm not insane.
She tossed it when she first showed you.
Yeah, Alice would definitely take a spatula and will halfway flop but straighten it back out.
And you flop it over, and then she says, okay, all right, now take it out.
How do you know? Alice will peek under it with just the corner of the spatula, just picking it up. It looks like the perfect color, I'm quite sure.
Yeah, it does.
And
that comes with experience. That comes with experience. You will learn this.
Well,
so you take it out.
Go on peeking just to be sure it's not black.
Of course, yeah. And she's lightening up actually. And you take it out, and then she says, so now try it.
I will try it. That is much, much better. Thank you so much.
You're absolutely welcome. If there's anything else that I can show you around the kitchen, please let me know.
I will see if there are any other breakfast things I can come up with, but tomorrow we will have the usual, then we will have pancakes again in a better way. And then we will see.
Madam, practice makes perfect.
Yes. Alice will finish her pancake. Quite proud of its tasting good. Also stress eating.
Yeah, that actually was quite stressful.
And then she will leave the kitchen and will leave Miss Wilburn. I always want to say Williams, that's the wrong person. Wilburn to the kitchen.
And you can hear that she starts making lunch. Then lunch is served. You eat upstairs with Dottie?
Yeah.
Okay. Dottie has woken up, and she has, when you come in, she's actually playing with the kitten, and then the kitten basically flops over as they do, and then she just starts sleeping, and the two of you have lunch. And then she says, okay, so now I've got 2 hours before the doctor comes. I will actually take this time to read a little.
Okay.
And do you stay, or do you also get a book, or do you leave her to her own devices? Because she's actually going to start reading.
I will just ask her if she's up for company. If not, I will
Sure, absolutely.
then. I'll be
Hmm.
right back. She will go
Hmm.
down to the study and will grab
Hmm.
probably also book on Egypt because now she's like re-inspired and will start reading as well.
Hmm. Okay, so you basically start reading, and then at 3 o'clock on the dot, there is a ring at the door.
Well,
Actually, no, it's 5 minutes to
it's
3.
oh, that is my sign that I will go downstairs and maybe I prepare some tea for you afterwards.
Yes.
Then I will leave you to it. Should I take the kitten? No, we can leave it here. Let's see what she's saying to the kitten. I'm not sure she will approve, but we will see. And Alice will get up and go downstairs. Probably
Do
meeting
you did you
halfway.
did you discuss with Miss Wilburn if she will answer the door, or will you
I
answer the
no,
door?
I would tell her that
Hmm.
she's free to answer the door as well.
Hmm. So she has answered the door, and Miss Dr. Kunz has entered. She has taken her
Especially for the
coat.
appointment, 3 o'clock. We
Hmm.
know who's ringing the door, so
Hmm.
yes, just let her in. So I'm probably meeting her halfway up on the stairs, I could imagine.
Miss Baker, nice to see you.
Dr. Kunz, nice to see you as well.
Yes, I'm busy because my session starts at 3. Have a lovely rest of the day.
Uh,
And she walks right past you.
Still no tea?
No, thank you.
Good.
She
I'll
opens
just
the door.
walk downstairs, just shaking my head a little bit. Still not sure if this was a good idea. And we'll go
The
into
door
the
closes.
kitchen and make myself some tea. Or
Mhm.
asking Miss Wilburn to make tea. I'm not sure if she will be offended if I just go in there.
As soon as you approach the kettle, she snatches it from you, fills it with water, and makes tea.
So okay. I will just sit down at the kitchen counter, probably having the newspaper in my
Hmm.
hand, just going through what is not really reading, just like
Yeah.
skipping through it a bit.
The hour passes. It's 4 o'clock. You hear steps on the landing. You hear steps coming downstairs. Miss Wilburn, who has been attending to the laundry, is now going outside, and obviously she's handing her the coat because you can hear a very
Dr. Kunz, just a second. It will be quick.
Miss Baker. What can
Uh,
I do for you?
I was just unsure if the idea to give her a kitten was a very bad one in your mentioning, or was it an okay idea? I'm sorry, I
That
did not
depends. Do you
consult
want me
with you.
to? Do you want me to talk to the kitten as well and see if its personality is fractured as well?
No,
Because that
I
would incur a surcharge.
just want to know if it would hurt her state or not. The
She
kitten is
seemed
fine.
unscathed. I couldn't see any sign of a struggle.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you. I will. She turns around.
Alice turns around, goes into the kitchen, and makes a cup of tea for Dottie. And we'll go upstairs.
You go upstairs. You go into the room.
I
The,
will
the
just
chair is
knock.
again positioned in this weird way, with the back of the chair facing towards Dottie, and the front of the chair facing away from her, and it's kind of like in the middle of the room, really weirdly put. And Dottie looks at you and she says, "Miss Alice."
I brought you some tea. I thought you might need it.
Yes, tea is always good, isn't it?
I can only extend the offer again. If the doctor is too weird for you, we will find another.
I don't know if weird is the right word.
Well, she's special?
Yeah, I hope that she's a specialist and knows what she's doing.
Oh, she is. She's one of the first ones in her field here. But just, I don't want you feeling pressured into facing her because she's a bit scary. I will just by
You think
reflex,
she's scary?
grab the chair and turn it around to more in a position where I would yes.
That is interesting. I never thought of her as scary.
Good. Then you shouldn't. Maybe it's just me.
Maybe.
I have problems with people that are not talking much to anything. She's quite on point on what she says.
Yes, she doesn't. She's a woman of very few words.
She could never write a book like this, pointing at the Egypt book. It would be a 2-sentence book for her. Don't
Egypt
go to
exists.
Egypt.
Deal with it.
Yeah, exactly.
And she drinks the tea, and then I leave it up to you what you want to do for the rest of the day.
I would ask her if she wants some company, and I would just keep it, and then would end the day quite relaxed with dinner, and probably also early going to bed.
Yeah. So essentially, tomorrow is the day of the dinner. And I think we should do that. But then we can actually fast forward for a couple of days, because the days will be
just
pretty.
the same. Yeah.
So every 2 days, Dr. Kunz is going to show up and decline tea.
No, I will not ask for tea anymore.
Okay.
That was the last time. And yeah, in between, Alice would read with Dottie, for Dottie, chess, whatever is open. Then
Dottie is really taken with this whole Egypt thing.
her mood is still at least on the better side.
Yeah, she is still upbeat.
Okay.
Yeah, and she is also making nice progress with regard to the walking. And I mean, Nurse Pfeiffer would give you a daily bulletin, as it were, you know, and she is still. The eating is now kind of becoming a little more normalized in terms of that she really just eats her portion. Then you can see that she's eaten her fill.
Yeah.
Regardless of if there's food on your plate left or not, she just, you know. And she's really smitten with the kitten, and that rhymes.
That is good. Also, just Alice would have started some kind of a diary just to. It's more on a calendar base, just writing down how Dottie is feeling, because Alice is quite interested in seeing if she can see a mood change. And she will just write down a few things that she recognizes. Not so much about the walking thing, because that is for her something that was clear that would happen anyhow, because body-wise she will be fine again. But just her mood-wise, so it's like Monday, she's a bit too happy, but nice to see. And then it would go on over the next, however it will take.
And on the 10th day, which means that she's had 5 sessions with Dr. Kunz, after the 5th session, Dr. Kunz comes down the stairs and she says, "Miss Baker, can I have a word with you? I would like to talk about my patient."
Sure. Tea?
"No, thank you. Can we go into the salon?
Sure.
I don't feel comfortable discussing it on the landing. Thank you." And she walks past you into the salon, opens the door, sits down in the middle of the sofa.
Alice would sit down on the armchair next to her. But she will try to look relaxed, leaning back and putting the leg just across each other, just like, how is she doing?
"Will you smoke?"
No.
Okay.
I'm eyeing the whiskey, but I'm not sure that would be the best idea. So I will be a good Alice, a professional Alice.
"Well, as you know, I have been treating this patient now for the 5th consecutive session."
I know, thank you.
"Good. So I would like to give you a first idea of what I think is going to happen next.
I'm listening.
We will see her personality emerge. Might I add that I'm using the word emerge instead of re-emerge? Because it pains me to say this, but Miss Williams' personality, her true personality, has been repressed for a very long time.
Not surprising. Have you grown up in an Irish Catholic household being a maid?
No, I can't say that I have.
I am thankful I haven't, although I'm suppressed in other ways, as every child is.
Would you like me to book you in for a couple of sessions?
No, thank you. I'm dealing well with those problems. I just don't talk to
That's
my
what my
parents very
patients
much.
usually think, but then it turns out that they're not dealing at all. But I leave it up to you.
Well,
Well,
ignoring the problem helps, at least on a daily basis. But
I can tell you that actually ignoring any problem that it can cause mental issues is not going to help at all. And I can recommend a couple of books by Dr. Sigmund Freud that will tell you exactly that. But we're not here to talk about you and your problems.
Exactly.
We're talking about Miss Williams and her problems.
I hope I'm not suppressing her here in this house. Because then just tell me what I have to change.
Well, let me put it this way. I believe that Miss Williams is possessed of the wish to care for you,
I know.
and that her wish to fulfill her duty means that she sometimes puts her own requirements aside.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to work against it, but she's stubborn.
Yes, I have noticed that it is a bit difficult to get her to acknowledge her own problems. Stubbornness might be one way of expressing this. So, I think, and I've told her so, one of the things she has to change is she has to change her dependence on her feeling that the only way her life has value is if she serves others.
Full-heartedly agree. That's why I'm making breakfast for her. Which she's a bit weirded out by, I think.
Quite.
But I thought it would be a good way to show her that I will survive if she's not in
I
the
think
kitchen.
she also is possessed of the inability, or lack of ability, do you say that in English, to understand that she has to care for herself first before she can care for others.
Also not surprising, but it fits well to how I know her.
So I have managed to persuade her, and it took me a long time to get her to that point, to accept the fact that she should take 2 evenings per month off.
I'm fine with her taking every week. She can take off a day whenever she wants. It would just be nice if I know it, because then we can organize things, but I'm telling her also
Yes,
my
she has been
plans.
saying this as well, and she has refused to accept the fact that you seem to be quite amenable to the idea of her taking regular days off.
I always offered her to take days off whenever she needs to. She just doesn't want to.
Yes, and this is where I think it is important to establish a routine.
Definitely. I'm not against that. We can do that, as I said, as often as she likes
So
to.
every other weekend, she will take the Friday and the Saturday off.
Yeah.
So she will leave Friday evening and she will come back Saturday evening or Sunday morning.
Wherever she will be going, but yes, probably to her parents. It's her thing, not mine. She will figure something out. Also, just an idea, I'm not sure if that will be too much, but I could change the working contract we have. That she's not longer the housekeeper, but my assistant. It gives another way of worth. And I'm also quite fine to have someone over for regular cleaning or whatever. I know she loves cooking, so I'm quite sure if I take away cooking from her, she will murder someone. But we can change things she has to do against what she wants to do. Would that be too early to discuss that with her?
I would say it is a very good idea. But I agree with you that it may be a little too early because it could feel like you're trying to supplant her.
Okay. Then
But bear that in mind.
we would just
So
talk
maybe
again.
after about 6 months, you could bring this in. Maybe there is something that happens outside of the home that would mean that there is a natural reason for this change to come about.
I will think of something.
Also, she will no longer need therapy. I would like to see her 3 more times, but in the space of 3 months.
What will we do if she's down again, not willing to live anymore? Or aggressive and throwing things around? Will we just let it pass and wait for it to change?
I would say that I find it very unusual to see this kind of fragmentation again in her. Her new personality is emerging. Her real personality is emerging, which means it will sound new to you. But I can tell you, she does have no violent tendencies anymore.
Are we allowed to call for your help in case it comes up
Of
again?
course, you can call for my help. It's not a problem.
Thank you.
And like I said, I want to have an assessment with her in a month's time, and then in 2 months' time, and then in 3 months' time. If in the meantime you feel that she needs help, by all means.
We will give you.
But I think it is also important, and this is one of the basic tenets of my profession, to not become dependent on the therapist. And not to transfer the dependence that she feels she has on being useful on a person, in this case me.
Understood. So then we work further on her getting healthy again, that she can move on her own without problems, because that will
Yes.
give her the freedom that she needs.
Yes, and then it would be good if you could sit down with her and establish the routine of which weekends she can take off, that you maybe even start marking them in a calendar for everyone to see.
I think that's a good thing.
It is important to prevent her from falling back into the old habit of not taking the day off or ignoring the fact that it's a day off.
We'll make sure that maybe for her first day off, her cousin is there to get her out. She will not say no when she's out there waiting like, come on, Dottie, I know you have a day off, we will go out.
That is a very good idea.
And clearly she then has her own decision what she wants to do with her day off.
I want to give you a personal word of advice and caution. When the true personality that is no longer repressed emerges, it can be quite a shock to people who have known somebody else for a long time. You needn't be afraid. She's not going to be vulgar. She's not going to be dangerous, or she's not going to be violent or anything, but she will be different than what you are used to. She's now finding the Dottie inside that she has not been able to live.
To be
It
honest,
is important that you accept this.
I am looking forward to meet her. Because I know the Dottie I see is just a part of what she is. And a lot of is she has to do this because she was trained to do this. And I'm always trying to get more to be herself and do what she wants. She's not a slave. Although she sometimes behaves as if she would be one. And I know for me it's easy to say, because I come from different, wealth. But it's good to hear that there is another Dottie in there. And that I'm not forcing her that it was always the right idea, that there is more to her than what I saw in the beginning.
For what it's worth, she speaks very highly of you.
As I do of her. As I said, for me, she's more my right hand. She's not a servant. She's my best friend, or one of my best friends.
That is very good to hear.
Yeah, she's hesitant to listen to that. She just blends over it when I tell her.
I I think it is part of her Catholic upbringing, like you said, as well as the training as a maid.
She's the maid, she can't be my best friend, yeah. We will figure something out. But thank you for taking the time to look at her.
Well, of course, it's what I do.
Especially after all the horror scenarios the hospital told us that she will have to go to a sanatorium and be on drugs. If not, she's not bearable to be around.
They're quacks.
Yeah, I'm thankful for my gut feeling that told me that is a horrible idea. And thank you for being in town and around. And it seems that at least one or two psychologists heard of you and kind of are a bit skeptical, but also curious about your way of working.
Quite.
So you're making way for new methods that are less violent.
It's all in the mind, Miss Baker. It's all in the mind. She gets up.
I
Now, if you
will,
will excuse me.
I will put up my hand just as thank you. Just see if she will shake it or not. I'm not curious.
She does.
And how is the grip? Is it a firm grip or is it a careful grip?
I was wondering if you were going to say it. Actually, it feels like a limp fish.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alice would be careful not to break her hand because she has a quite firm grip.
Yeah.
And let me bring you to the door. So we will see you again in a month.
Yes.
3 o'clock again.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And
she puts on her coat.
I will open the door for her and have a successful, nice rest of the day.
Yes, I will. And she walks away.
I will close the door after her. I will go into the kitchen and ask if I could have 2 cups of tea.
Of course, madam. And tea is made.
I think there are also some cookies left in the cookie
jar.
My brain was like working
She
on.
gets you a couple of cookies from the cookie jar. And she looks into it. She's like, it looks quite empty. I shall make some more.
Thank you so much. Also, I think for dinner I picked up the wine as well. So oh no, we skipped dinner already. We are in.
Well, we can actually go back and have the dinner.
If we need to play out the dinner, because we would not learn much new from Pamela and Matthew, would we?
No, it's actually
the other way around more, that they would learn more details. Then we can just skip it because it's then not that important.
Yeah.
Then,
however, it's close to them leaving.
Okay, I would have asked them over, and also William, for at least dinner as well, just for final dinner, maybe 2 days before they leave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if by then Dottie would be able to get downstairs. That would be something I would ask the nurse.
99, not even her luck is strong enough.
Not for that.
She is, you talk to her about it, and you notice that it's maybe also more a psychological thing of feeling up to the dinner rather than going downstairs. And she says, would you mind just giving them my regards and just say that I just don't feel strong enough yet?
Totally fine. Totally fine. Don't worry. I just wanted to at least give you the option. And we'll make sure that you will get some of the food as well.
And you go downstairs. So basically the dinner comes and William Perkins is, of course, completely kind of like, he can't wait to go. Pamela has been before. I mean, she lived in Europe, so she's more like, it's going to be three weeks by boat, and then we will make landfall in Alexandria, and we will stay in Cairo at the Continental. And then Pamela just before. So basically the gentlemen have already gone ahead to the door, and she turns to you and she says, I really didn't encourage him to quit his job.
I know.
And I think he will regret it.
But honestly, It's the first time in a long time that he's taking a risk and trying to live.
You mean dating me isn't taking a risk?
Well, we pushed him with all might into the direction to kind of force him that way. But I think it's a risk that paid off, and now he's willing to give it a go, which just shows that you mean a lot to him. But I know it's not your fault. It's always his decision. He's too stubborn for someone else to make his decision. Just watch out for him that he's not drowning in the Nile or eaten by a crocodile, please.
I will do my very best. I will bring him back to you in one piece. And here's something that you might want to take a look at. And it's actually a little bit of a, like description of, like touristy type for, when you come to Egypt, this is where you go. And you can actually find it in the file section. It's already there.
Ooh, I will have a look at it later.
And then she takes your hand and she shakes it and she says, "Well, à bientôt. We shall meet again."
Already with the first dinner, Alice would have asked how long they are planning to stay.
Well, the trip actually takes 3 weeks by boat from New York City, and then they're planning on staying about 6 weeks there and then 3 weeks back. So
Okay.
it's
So around
15. It's
2,
3 months.
3 months away. Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just promise me to kick him to give me a call when you're back.
I will gladly do so.
And Alice will give her a hug because by now we are definitely
she hugs you
not
back.
in the
Yeah.
look out for the true troublemakers in a loud voice that the two guys can hear it. And then I will also say goodbye to the guys and we'll just lead them outside. Probably call a cab for them.
Yeah.
And
Miss Wilburn is actually staying during the dinner because she's serving, and and then she would have actually been standing there at the door, holding the door, making sure that everybody gets their coats and that kind of thing. And then also she has prepared a cab, and the cab is waiting outside.
Good.
And then 2 days later, I mean, this is something that you can actually read in the Times. It says which boats leave because the big ships. I mean, interestingly enough, I did some research. It's actually White Star Line, the guys that ran the Titanic, but apparently they were the ones that did the whole Atlantic route. So it would have been New York. Then there's a direct route New York to Alexandria. They have stopovers in Istanbul and blah blah blah. But basically, then you end up in Alexandria, and it's 3 weeks. Yeah. And then I think we can actually start skipping a little.
Yep.
But I think we should take a short break now, and then we
sounds
can
like a good idea.
get into the next weeks.
Let's see.
And here we are back. So we've just established that today is the 21st of January 1931. And obviously, in the last couple of days, Dottie would also have had visitors. So her cousin would have shown up, Sinead. Her parents, that's a little bit of a tricky one because for them, like we established, the gap between you and them is extremely wide, and for them to actually go into your house to visit their sick daughter who's not as she should be working but upstairs kind of like living the good life, as it were, that's tough. So it's Joseph doesn't make the trip, so it's Bridie. She does bring you like a food hamper with really nice pie.
I will enjoy the pie. That's what I told them. If they want to bring anything, good food, especially home cooked food, also for Dottie is a good thing, and I enjoy it as well. So.
Yeah. And she sits with her daughter. Are you kind of like? Well, I don't think you're probably present when the two of them are talking.
No, I would just let her probably even go upstairs by her own. Just go upstairs into the end, and then the room to the right end. It should be a bit open. Just join her. And I would offer tea, obviously.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so the visit doesn't really last very long. About an hour or so later, you hear footsteps, and Mrs. Williams is, excuse me, coming down the stairs again. And she takes her leave of you. She's very polite. She sticks out her hand. She shakes yours, and then she walks away, closing the door behind her.
Would the visit would have been before my talk with Dr. Kunz, I think, right?
Probably, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then after about, I want to say, around the 25th, Nurse Pfeiffer informs you that Dottie is now fully mobile.
Mm-hmm.
And she thinks you should consider talking to her about chores and maybe discussing things that she can do around the house.
Sure. It's good to see. That means by now Dottie would have also been downstairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is still she's holding on to the banister, so she doesn't just walk down as she normally would. So she's really being careful.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe also there's a little bit of fear. But she is negotiating the stairs, no problem. She's not really, she's walking at a normal pace now, so she doesn't have this where she's kind of breathing. Yeah. So do you sit her down and talk to her about chores?
Yes. I would get some tea for both of us. And, well, with you now going around the house again, do you want to join back into running the business?
Yes, of course.
I would not put everything on your shoulder by just dump it, because it's a lot. But maybe you feel like taking over lunch or dinner. I know you like to cook.
I would love to take back lunch and dinner.
No, or let's start with one and see how you feel. We can decide from one day to the other to tell Miss Wilburn she's not needed, at least not for cooking anymore. Just take your time.
Then I would like to take over dinner.
Okay. Then I will have her for lunch. That gives her also time to do the cleaning work no one enjoys. And then she can do... Yeah, you will take over dinner.
Okay.
Also,
how do you handle... Sorry?
I know you like sewing as well.
Yes.
We have a few things that need some patching up. You can do that even with sitting, so that shouldn't be that exhausting for you.
Mending some of your dresses or altering them?
Both. One needs mending. Also, a pair of trousers need mending. And I got 2 or 3 new clothes delivered, and they need some mending.
Very good. Yes. When can we get started?
Tomorrow, if you like.
Very good.
Okay.
How do you broach the subject of the 2 days off every other weekend?
I think, first of all, I will let her start seeing how she's in the kitchen. How does she feel? Also, Alice really tried to pick the 2 things where she has the feeling that Dottie at least seems to enjoy. And I think if for the next days it's going quite fine. One morning over breakfast, Alice would just say to Dottie, also in the kitchen I added a calendar for both of us.
Yes, I noticed. I don't understand what it's supposed to do there, though.
Well, I can put in my things that I planned that you know, and we can see, and you can put in your things.
Like what?
A day off? Visiting your parents? Or going out with Sinead, or whatever you want to do. You can also take a day off and just hang around in the garden, or just sit upstairs and read, and we can order something to eat.
I'm not sure about this taking day off.
Well, I am sure about it. And it's quite feasible that you at least have every second day 1 day off.
All right, so every second weekend I take a day off.
Either from Friday to Saturday or Saturday to Sunday, whatever fits best for you.
All right. Yes, I will do that.
Good. And we can mark it in the calendar that I'm not forgetting it. And that you don't forget it.
Yes, let's do that.
Good.
She rolled an 18 on her seamstressing, so she's doing your alterations fine.
I thought so, because that is something you don't have to stand that much. So most of the things you can do is sitting, which is probably good if you're not too feeling well and not fit enough. And she can do it on her own time. She can do a bit here and there whenever she feels like it. It's not that Alice needs it for an urgent social event, because Alice is staying at home.
Alice is staying at home. So basically, the whole thing with the cooking works out. One day, however, she is actually, it's the Saturday and she's off, and she says, there will be a delivery today of food. But of course, they were supposed to deliver yesterday. They didn't. So today is my day off. So I was wondering if you could take receipt of it and just ask them to put it in the kitchen. I will put it away tomorrow. It's not perishable. It'll keep.
All good. I will definitely take care. I'm at home.
Okay. So she leaves. There's a ring. Somebody rings the doorbell.
I will get up and open the door.
Ma'am, I'm here to deliver the. My apologies.
All good. Come inside. Come inside. The kitchen is right through there. If you could just set it up on the kitchen counter, that would be lovely.
He puts it down and then he looks at you expectantly.
I will hand him $2.
Okay, so you go to where you keep the money. In the drawer. There's a little box. It's the money box. It's empty.
Just give me a second. Alice will go to her handbag, because I'm quite sure she has a few dollars in there.
You do.
And I hope the dollars are still in her handbag.
Yes.
Okay.
There is. Yeah.
Then there is no getting over to that. And Alice will give him the $2. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if that is a normal amount.
That's fine, madam. It's $1.75. Then he gives you 25 cents.
No. Keep the rest. Keep the rest for yourself. Thank you for carrying everything inside. Good day.
You're welcome. And he leaves.
I will close the door behind him, and the leftover cash that I have, I will put in the money box. And it's probably $2-3 and a few coins. And then I will go into the kitchen and I will try to sort everything away as best as I can.
Okay. Make an intelligence roll for me, please.
That is definitely success. Let's see how good. Intelligence. It's a critical success.
Oh, critical. Okay.
I rolled a
You
13.
remember and you recall absolutely precisely when you took the money out of the bank,
Mm-hmm.
and you always have $20 in there, which is around 300 euros in today's money. That was 2 weeks ago. You haven't had a single delivery since then.
Alice will keep that in mind, but she will wait what will happen in the next days.
Okay. So essentially, you take out the New York Times as a subscription.
Mm-hmm.
So you're sitting there one morning, 2 weeks later, and you see a obituary
Mm-hmm.
for a young police officer named Spence Murphy, who's died of liver failure.
Okay.
And so it's basically signed by his by the sergeant. It's Ronald Updike, who is basically in charge of a large part of the local of the NYPD police force on an executive level. So he's basically the operations officer.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, there's going to be and they're asking for donations for the NYPD widows charity that you have already donated to as well. So Spence Murphy has died.
I will donate again, and I will send a letter to Sergeant Updike with my condolences, and I'm really sorry he did not make it.
A day later, a day after you sent the letter, you actually receive a telegram from Sergeant Updike thanking you for the contribution to the charity, and he wishes you all the best, and he hopes that Miss Williams has recovered.
I will send him a telegram back that she's on her way to recovery. She's already standing again in the kitchen, and wishing me a successful rest of the day.
So we're now in February, and this whole idea of taking every other weekend one day off is actually sitting really well with her. So she is actually doing this. So she leaves the house and then she comes back the next morning.
How's she generally behaving?
Make a psychology roll.
Just to see.
Oh, behaving. Okay, behaving.
Yeah, behaving. So is this like, is there extreme aggression? So things that you just jump and see, or do we have again like a Dottie that is crawled up and doesn't want to live anymore? Is
no
that this kind of extreme there? It's not.
She is this more happy is probably the wrong word. The one where she has like this more of an upbeat personality, which is different from what you remember, but that has pretty much stayed. She's also taking really good care of the kitten. Maeve is thriving and growing as kittens are wont to do, and she is but she's a lovely kitten. So she's I mean, you can kind of to a certain degree teach kittens or cats how to behave, but usually, as soon as you turn your back, they will be all over the place. She's a good-natured cat, and and Dottie is cooking. The food is fine. She's doing whatever you ask of her. The sewing is fine. And yeah, she is the one thing you notice is that she reads a lot more. So she spends a lot of time looking at the bookshelves and just collecting books and then taking them upstairs and then reading them probably, and then at some point she just puts them back where they were.
Alice would have also see if Dottie would want to keep up the chess playing.
Yes, she does.
That would be something that we, at least not on a daily, but on a regular basis, that we just sit together with some tea, maybe some cookies, and just playing some chess.
And so essentially, what happens after about a month is that you see another obituary.
Mm-hmm.
And another police officer has died of liver failure. His name is Connor O'Brien.
Wait. Connor O'Brien. We met them, didn't we?
No, if you... No.
No. I would stare at the paper just like, that is weird. Liver failure again. Alice would curiously write to Sergeant Updike. I hear another officer died. Liver failure. Did he work together with the pass-by officer? That name I did not write down and already forget. I'm a horrible person.
Spence Murphy.
Murphy. I hope you are doing fine. Alice Baker.
Is it a letter or a telegram?
It would be letter. In this long, it was quite long, so it would be a letter. It would take, although she would send a post boy to, or delivery boy to hand it over, that latest on the next day he has it.
Okay, so, ow.
Wants to play.
Yes, somebody wants to play. Basically you get a phone call. The phone rings.
If Dottie is not quicker, I will probably grab it. Baker?
Updike, Sergeant Updike. You may remember me. I'm the man who shot you.
Good to hear you. And yes, please don't say that again. It's forgiven and forgotten. I know who you are.
You forgive much more easily than I can forgive myself. But I got your letter. Ms. Baker, would it be possible for me to inconvenience you and hoist my presence upon you and talk to you in person?
I'm at home. Come by. When does it fit for you?
When does it suit you?
As I said, I'm home all day. Also,
is that a standing invitation? Because then I will get a car to take me to your place immediately.
Yes, sure. Come by.
All right.
See you in a bit.
I will see you shortly.
I will hang up. What time of day is it?
2:00 in the afternoon, maybe? It's after lunch.
Okay, so the question is, by now, did Dottie take over the whole kitchen again?
Yeah, I think so. We're now talking.
Alice would still fight about making breakfast in between.
Well, she will leave the breakfast to you.
Good, although Alice hates the getting up early, but she will take it. So Miss Wilbur is basically only there for cleaning, although I would have talked to her if she would have just a cleaning lady, because honestly she is too good to be just here for cleaning. And if we can have a switch for cleaning.
She is fine with that. Do you give her a reference?
Yes, and in the highest notes. And we would organize someone who just comes in for making the wash and just dusting. And
she sticks her hand out. She doesn't even look at the reference. She just takes the closed end. She just takes the envelope and she sticks her hand out and she says, "It was a pleasure working for you, madam."
Thank you so much for helping us in the needed times. I hope you find... Well, I don't need to hope. I know you will find a very good job afterwards.
She just smiles at you.
Thank you so much.
And then she leaves. And so basically that was a couple of days previously. So the doorbell rings.
I would have informed Dottie about Sergeant Updike will visit.
Oh, really? Do you think he would like something to eat?
I think some tea would be just enough.
Of course.
Feel free to join us if you are curious, as I am.
Why is he coming in the first place?
Well, I wrote to him because when you were in hospital, I met him outside because one of his officers was in hospital with liver failure, and I wrote in the papers that he did not make it.
Let's see if she remembers this.
I don't think I told her.
Okay, in that case, she doesn't. Liver failure.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, yesterday, I read again that another officer died of liver failure, which is a bit weird. And I wrote to him if they were connected and if he's fine. And he just called and asked if he could inconvenience me, and I invited him over. Maybe it's time for us to get back on
That is really curious, isn't it?
job. It is.
Do you think it's something in the water?
Maybe they worked on a case together where the water was bad, or chemicals were spilled, or... Sure. Let's see just what he says. He will be there in a few minutes, I guess.
Sure enough, a couple of minutes later, ding dong!
I will go to the door, just open it. Sergeant, come on in.
Miss Baker! He bends down at the waist and he kisses your hand. It's so good of you to see me at such short notice.
As I said,
You asked me if there was if anything weird was happening, or if I was having weird problems, and I said I had many problems, but none of them weird. I'll take that back.
Okay, then just give me your coat and just step right into the kitchen. We just prepared maybe some tea you would like.
Oh yes, tea, of course. Tea. Very good.
I can also offer whiskey if you feel more like drinking, but I'm
no,
not sure
it's,
if you're on the job, so I know.
Yes, I am on the job.
Then drinking is out of order.
It is.
Tea is always a good option.
And he goes into the kitchen where Dottie is, and he basically greets her, and Dottie offers tea, and the three of you sit down, and he says, well, I honestly don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. You know, remember Spence Murphy who died of liver failure? Another of my officers has died.
I read it.
Connor O'Brien, also of liver failure.
That's why I wrote to you, because it's a bit weird that two quite close to each other die of the same unusual.
Both being Irish, I would not be surprised if there was something wrong with their livers. Excuse me, Miss Williams. But Dottie kind of like goes, well, what would you say, Miss Baker, if I told you that they performed a post-mortem on dear O'Brien, and O'Brien didn't have any liver?
How can it... You can't survive without...
That is what happened. He died because somebody had removed his liver. The problem is, there were no incisions and no marks. It's like his liver was spirited away. And that made me think of you. Because if that isn't weird, I don't know what is weird.
I guess the other officer was never checked, because they just confirmed liver failure. That is, but both are in your... Did they work a case together?
No, they were both on the beat in the Bronx.
That's not an explanation for liver disappearing or failing.
Well, I mean, I don't see even how a liver could disappear, and this is the big problem, because nobody seems to understand how the livers could have disappeared, because livers usually don't disappear.
And no marks at all. How small
None.
ever. That is kind of weird.
Yes. I'm not saying ghosts, I'm just
Ghosts
putting it
don't
out there that this is
steal
not normal.
organs. It doesn't sound normal. So you checked with doctors if there is a way that liver can disintegrate if you have a certain kind of sickness?
Not without a trace. It can shrink,
Okay.
but not without a trace vanish.
Well, I'm sure you're not allowed to tell me the last cases they worked on.
They didn't work cases, they were just on the beat. Like your friendly officer standing at the crossroads, helping little old ladies cross the road, making sure that the kids don't run in front of cars, and the lost dog gets found.
Is it for you, as well as I've seen in other parts, that they're always working in pairs? Or are they
Yes, but the
on
two
their
of
own?
them were not working together.
Would it be able to talk to their partners?
Yes, of course. But to be quite honest, it is something that probably needs a woman's hand because it's kind of delicate. You can't just go and say, "Did you remove your colleague's liver?"
Well, honestly, I highly doubt that the colleague was it, but maybe they met someone or something that could give us a trace.
Yes, quite.
Alice will look at Dottie to
Dottie
see
is very interested.
how Dottie is looking. Well, I've been quite busy in the latest, Sergeant. Would it be okay for you if I give you a call tomorrow with my final verdict if I am able to take the job or not?
Of course, I understand. A woman of your qualities would, of course, be very busy and sought after.
Uh-huh. Alice is not looking at Dottie anymore because Alice didn't have a case since beginning of the year. And then just in preparation, if you could put together at least the dates when they went to hospital,
Mm-hmm.
when they officially died, the names of the partners, just whatever you think might be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Just put it together and I will give you a call. Are you in the office tomorrow morning?
Yes, of course, I'm in the office.
Then I will call you in the morning with my final decision. I need to see if it works out or not.
Quite.
Thank you so much.
And he gets up.
I will
He
bring it
bows.
to the door and will hold out my hand.
Shakes it.
Yeah, please. Alice would make sure that he's shaking. No hand kiss. She's trying to be like, we're on one level now, please. And would lead him outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he has a car, actually. He's got a driver because in his position he would have one, and the car is parked outside. It's a marked police car, so they can park wherever they like.
Whatever they like.
And he gets in and they drive off.
Alice would probably stand on the front door, looking after him for a while, just enjoying the street noise.
Mm-hmm.
And just mulling over if she really wants to take another weird job and if that is something that will hurt Dottie or if this would be a thing she would enjoy. So Alice will, after a few minutes, close the door and will go back into the kitchen with a quite stern face.
Mm-hmm.
Or serious face, not stern, serious face.
Mm-hmm.
Dottie, we need to talk.
About what?
About a few things. Come on, let's get another cup of tea. And Alice would go to the kitchen and would just put more water into the kettle and
Mm-hmm.
would just set it on the fire that it can heat up again.
Okay. She made a psychology roll when
Oh
you
god.
made the stern face. What can she read from it?
That it's something serious and something that Alice has been mulling over a while. I think that's the
Okay.
only thing that she can read out of
Okay.
it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not really what just happened. It's different thing.
Okay. So
Maybe
she's
triggered now by this, but it's not about the sergeant or
Okay, so she lets you fill the kettle, but then she takes the
it's
making
fine.
of the tea into her own very capable hands. She makes tea, she gives you a mug, she takes a mug for herself, she puts out biscuits on a tray, she gets out the milk again. Obviously, she did offer biscuits to the sergeant as well, and she sits down and she looks at you expectantly.
I will stare for a minute in silence into my tea cup. I don't know where to start and how to do this best way. Please don't be offended. We need to talk about our work arrangement. You are much more than a housemaid. You're much too good to be a housemaid.
It's what I trained for.
But you can develop and change. See what Matthew did? He's changing, still being happy. It's not
He's
that
a lawyer.
Yes, everyone can change and develop. I was not born a PI. I decided to develop into that direction. And it's not that I want to get rid of you. Please, I hope not that I'm not offending you that you pack your suitcase and leave. I want to offer a kind of partnership. You have always been my assistant. From the first month you've been here, you've been more my assistant than anything else.
What
And
are
I
you saying?
still call you one of my best friends, which I know you're offended by, because it's not fitting to how you were brought up and the way we are situated. I want to offer you a new contract.
A new contract.
A new contract. You're not the housekeeper anymore. You are partner in this PI business. You are my assistant and PI in learning.
Who's going to cook?
If you want to cook and you have fun, you can go on cooking.
She make a psychology roll.
Ooh, that is a... Oh god, let me see. I think that's a critical success. No, it's a hard success.
Okay. You notice that her eyes are inadvertently drawn to the cooking range and she is looking at it really wistfully.
You don't have to decide now. Let me make my offer and you can sleep over it. As I said, I would...
And where would I live?
Well, here, that's part of the contract. This is our living space. We are living here together and working here together. If you
How am I
want
going
to
to
stay,
explain this to my parents?
you switched in job. You climbed the ladder upstairs. Your parents would be quite happy to see that you're climbing the social ladder.
You think?
They want the best for you. We will add to the contract whatever you want to do, and we will get someone to do whatever you are not fan of doing in the house, because we can get a housekeeper that can do mopping the floors, because please don't tell me you enjoy that, because that's a horrible thing to do.
Enjoying is probably the wrong term.
See, I
But it
won't.
needs to be done.
Yes. And the idea is that we have a contract that changes what you are doing to give you the freedom to expand your knowledge and grow in things that you enjoy doing. Because for me, as I said, you're for long not only a housekeeper, you're much, much more. But this way you have more time to work on cases, to study for cases, to do research on cases. Maybe learn another language, learn some Latin next to what you know from church. It will give you more freedom and it would fit much more to what you really are. As I said, you are part of this business for long, and I did not give you the payment for it or the status for it. I kind of always tried to tell everyone you're my assistant, not my maid. But let's do this, please, official. As I said, think about it. You don't have to decide now, because I know I mulled over it quite a while. I know you didn't. And as I said, if you like to cook and if you enjoy cooking, I will never force on you that someone else is in the kitchen. But you don't have to cook every day if you don't feel like it. But you can cook if you want to. You can sew if you want to. But if you don't want to, you can do something else and we will get someone to do it. Because you are not a housekeeper anymore.
Remember how you never told your mother officially what it is that you do?
Yeah, but she knows.
I will never be able to tell my mother what I do if I do this. We will have to keep this quiet.
Well, the thing is, she will never just show up out of the blue and control what you're doing. I'm happy to go along with whatever you go along with. But when we meet someone like the sergeant, or new people, even Matthew and the others, they should respect you and treat you the way they should. Because I know that housekeeping people are not treated the same way.
Let me think about this.
So I'm kind of proposing, please become part of my business officially. And come up with the terms you want.
I will think about this. I will let you know tomorrow.
And then, just in case you want to join, which I really hope, also maybe think about if you really want to take another weird case or not. Because that would be also then a decision we do together. Because we've gone through hell. And I love my PI job, but I'm not sure if I want to do weird cases. Although I would really like to help the sergeant. Or if we are stepping away from everything that just smells iffy. And just stick to lost cats, stolen handbags, missing art pieces.
Well, I've been thinking about this whole thing that he was telling us. I find it very strange.
Me too.
And I would like to find out what's going on.
Good. But let's both sleep over it, because I'm torn a bit, to be honest. It was kind of nice to have a calm month of not insanity next to a crazy kitten trying to eat everything that gets in their claws.
Little claws clawing their way up your trouser leg.
Out.
Yes.
Ouch. Needles in my leg.
Yeah, she basically plucks her off and puts her on her lap.
And you know I love her dearly. She can eat whatever she wants.
Of course. And, okay, so, I mean, it's now only 5 o'clock, so basically if you're going to sleep on it, it's gonna
It's
not happen straight away, but it's going
what
to
Alice
be,
wanted
well,
to just now was the
mhm,
point where she was like, okay, this would be a new job, and this is a job that Alice does not want to decide on her own if she's pulling Dottie
mhm,
in or not.
mhm,
So
mhm.
this is the trigger, at least for Alice, even if it's not elegantly solved, and probably the Dr. Kunz would be like, oh god, this girl. But well.
Well, I mean, we're looking at end of February at this stage, so Dottie would have been for her first month kind of
Mm-hmm.
like assessment as well. So you basically, so she does the evening meal, the dinner thing, and then the next morning, basically, at you make breakfast.
Yes, I would make breakfast.
Okay, so you meet downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
She does insist on one thing. She lays the table for every meal, even if she doesn't cook it or prepare it in the dining room. She doesn't want to have even breakfast in the kitchen anymore.
I'm fine with that.
So she sits down and she says, I have been thinking about your offer.
Alice will hold on to her cup of coffee and just very hopeful with big puppy eyes look at Tottie.
And I will accept.
Thank
But on one
goodness.
condition.
Okay.
We won't tell my parents until I say so.
Well, that's easy enough. Yes, deal.
Good.
Alice will pull her hand over the table just towards her. Partners.
She takes her hand and she shakes it. Partners.
Then we will write something down that we both have it written officially in a proper contract. You can decide if we go the legal way and Matthew has to look over it when he's back. Or if you say our words are enough, and we will settle on a payment that is fitting.
She knows nothing about these things because the contract that she has with you would have been negotiated by your mother
True.
with her mother
Great.
based on, like, the contracts that would have been, the thing of the day, basically their standard boilerplate contracts. This is basically
Then
so.
we will put something together that we both understand and agree to. And we'll figure out what belongs in there. And we can add over time, because I'm quite sure in the beginning we will not think of everything.
Yeah.
So we will set like a 3-month time where we figure out a contract and put everything in there.
Yeah.
And it's a question to you as game master if we want to do the contract like offline, just the main points, because I'm just in my mind already going through what should be in there.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, sure.
That would be something, just to see everything like
Yeah,
next to payment, that you can take a day off as much as you like, at least so and so much within the month are completely fine. If also vacation time, like really vacation time, something like that I think Alice would put the money quite up, because then Dottie would take part in the rent. She would rent the room and usage of kitchen and. And it would also be reduced because she's doing kitchen stuff. That's why Alice would then, I don't know, pay the food or just finding a middle thing that it works.
And we will actually write this down. It's actually quite a good idea to think about
just
this,
to have that, and maybe also for the patrons to read.
Yeah, yes.
That might be interesting for them.
Yeah, we will do that. Yes, absolutely.
And so that is, God, I'm so glad you are agreeing too, because I would be quite lost if you would say no. The other thing is, do we stick with the idea to help the sergeant?
I think he needs our help, because I don't think he can go to this to go to anyone with this. I mean, who is he going to talk to?
Us. He can only ask the doctors what is medical and scientifically okay, and he went to that limits. He can't get more. Disappearing livers. There's not even a way to research that. I'm quite sure there are no books on livers disappearing. organs disappearing? Well, it's worth
Well, I
trying.
don't know, but I have to say that I have not really ever looked into this. I mean, I will tell you that when I was reading one of your books on Egypt, they were talking about how the internal organs, especially the brain, got extracted through the nose before the person was mummified.
True.
But that's different because it seems like you can just extract. How do you extract? Because the brain is quite big and the nose is so small. I wonder, do they cut out the brain and then extract pieces? They never really explained in the book.
I'm not 100% sure. I imagine always they would like mush and cut the brain up and then like with a straw get it out.
They were talking about a hook, but maybe that's a wrong translation. Maybe it should have been straw.
Or maybe it is a hook, and then your idea of cutting small pieces and pulling that out with the hook. Thank goodness they were dead.
I know.
That
I
sounds
know.
hurtful. But
Yes.
that's why I asked the sergeant about any kind, how small ever, of mark, because you can't get the liver through the nose. The liver
At
is
that moment,
deep down.
the newspaper arrives. Dottie gets up and takes it. And she says, Miss Baker,
Yes.
I think we may have a problem. And she shows you the paper. And it says, hepatitis outbreak in the Bronx.
Great.
And what you read is that there's an unexplained hepatitis outbreak in the Bronx, and 6 people have already been hospitalized, and 2 have already died, and nobody really knows why. So they're now blaming the water. And people are asked not to drink the water, not even to drink it boiled, but they're going to send out those Spritzenwagen, you know, the ones that the fire service takes to provide water if there isn't any. So basically the ones with it's one huge barrel on wheels.
They will provide water.
Yeah.
Well, this means it's just more urgent, and it means that it's not focusing only on police officers. It seems to get everyone.
It seems to be the Bronx, though. Didn't you say that the 2 of them worked in the Bronx?
Yes.
That's the Bronx too.
Yes.
And she points to the paper.
Well, I know it's not the cleanest part of town, but that is hepatitis outbreak. Okay, so A, we need to inform the sergeant that we will take the job. B, that we get all the informations that we can. C, checking in if the other partners or any other police officers working in the Bronx are fine. And then we need to read up on any kind of liver problems, liver failures, hepatitis, because honestly I know only a brief bit about it, but not much.
I mean, 2 of my uncles died of liver failure, but then again, they were old and they had been drinking all their lives.
That is a reason I know for liver failure, but there must be medical
And
conditions.
I've heard that you can contract it when you eat shellfish.
Might be. Let's collect what we can, and also check in if we find anything about disappearing organs, shrinking. Although he said explicitly they disappeared. They did not shrink, they disappeared. And let's maybe figure out if we can get the other names from the sergeant. I'm not sure if he's able to investigate anything. But if his guys were part of the bigger problem, I'm quite sure he's able to get some information.
Okay. So before you do this, though, can you roll a d10 for me, please?
A 9.
Okay, you get 9 sanity points back.
I will need them. Back at 50 sanity. Yay!
Yay! Because obviously now Dottie is healthy again. I mean, physically she's in very good health now,
But also
and she seems to be
mentally,
fine as well.
if she
And
doesn't have weird outbreaks, that is
no,
calming Alice. Also for Alice, I guess her ribs and everything is slowly
yeah,
also back. Her leg is still not 100%, but the rest should be back to normal, I think.
yeah. I think you're still down 1 hit point. You can give yourself that hit point
Yeah,
back,
that's
though.
why I
Yeah.
asked. I was still
Yeah.
down, and now I'm back
Yeah,
to
you can take that back.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
So you inform. So Dottie offers to send a telegram to the sergeant saying, "We'll take job."
I would just give
Alice
him a
Baker.
quick call. I think
Or
that's the
you can
easiest
give him a
way.
call. Yeah.
Then we can
I always
already.
forget that you've got a phone. Yeah.
Yeah, and he should
you
have
give
a
him
phone on the
Yeah, he
police
does.
station.
He has one in the office. Yeah.
And then we can also already make a date when we can maybe speak to the two partners.
Yeah.
At least that we know which areas in the Bronx they walked around.
So you wanted to know when the first one was taken ill. That was, well, he was hospitalized on the 5th of January. You met him on the, well, no, he was hospitalized on the 1st of January, pretty much when Dottie was hospitalized, but you met the sergeant, I want to say 2 days later, probably around the 3rd. He died towards the end of January. And the other one died in February and was hospitalized by mid-February. So he was basically, for him, the whole situation took a lot less long. He died within 2 weeks of being sent to hospital. Having said this, he was a lot older. So Conor O'Brien was in his 50s, whereas Spence Murphy was 23. Thereabouts, he was very young. The reason you learned why they did an autopsy on Conor O'Brien was that Conor O'Brien was a teetotaler. He even had one of those, I mean, in Ireland, when you don't drink, you can get like this teetotaler sign, basically which identifies you as somebody who doesn't drink alcohol, so that people will also not offer it to you and embarrass you by doing so. And so everybody was a bit surprised that he would succumb to liver failure, which is associated, of course, with heavy drinking. So they had him autopsied and found nothing. Well, I mean, the
Literally,
thing is,
they found nothing.
They found nothing. Yeah, just literally, there
Where
was
there
nothing
should
there.
be something. At
Yeah,
least.
and especially since the liver, I mean, it's like in front of your abdomen, it's really big. I mean, a liver is like this. It's 500 grams in a human being.
Quite a bit. So
yeah, so it's just missing.
That is.
And yeah, and so essentially that's why he was autopsied. And then he gives you the names of the partners. So Conor O'Brien's partner is Mervyn Sands.
God, let's see how you write it compared to me. Mervyn. Oh, why do we have it open too tight? Close. And the partner of Spence Murphy
is Jason Thompson.
Oh, that is easier to write.
So do you want to make appointments with them?
Yes. So we will give the sergeant a call to, yes, we will take the case. And yes, we've read the paper. And if we could get a meetup with, well, both partners or at least either one, it would be even nice to have both together, probably in a room.
Okay. He can arrange this for next Wednesday. So
Perfect.
today is Friday.
Okay.
And then Dottie says, after you've finished the phone call, so should we go to the library?
I think that should be open. I think
Okay.
library, I'm not even sure if it's closed. Probably Sunday-ish, I
Yeah,
guess.
it's Friday. So
yeah,
it's
then we
Friday
should
morning,
be
yeah.
fine too.
Okay. So you go to the library. Make a library use roll.
Goodness grace.
Yeah, you're very good at that.
That might be. Don't think I've ever really. Yes, I used it to look for the Wendigo.
Yes, you did.
Ooh, that is a critical success. I rolled a 14.
Okay, so she also did quite well. She rolled a 21 over 35, so she also succeeded, but it was a normal success. So essentially, she was looking in the medicine section, and there literally is nothing about people just losing their livers. It is also made absolutely clear that without a liver you can't live. So there are cases where people only have half a brain, in which case people are born with only half a brain, and you only find out by accident that they're missing half a brain, but you wouldn't notice in real life. However, with a liver, if you're born without one, you simply die. If your liver gets taken or destroyed, I mean, let's say there is physical trauma to it, and the liver, I don't know if you can call it dies, but the liver simply stops functioning, you die.
Immediately, or does it take time?
It takes a while, and it manifests itself first as hepatitis, because it's it's you show the usual signs. You turn yellow, because the whatever bilirubin is in English doesn't get decomposed anymore by the liver. It doesn't get processed, so that's when it starts manifesting in the skin and in the eyes, and then you essentially die. You also in the early stages you feel tired, and weak, and then it can happen quite rapidly.
Alice would have also looked about any kind of how you can get hepatitis. So what are all the different things that are known on that can cause it, next to stuff in the water? If there's anything
it's essentially I'll be quite honest, I didn't do any research as to what they knew back then. But let's just say that they didn't even make any difference between A, B, and C. So it's just hepatitis, which means inflammation of the liver.
Yeah.
And it is associated with unclean water, alcohol abuse, and then sometimes it seems to happen for no apparent reason in people who have something else. Like sometimes people have an infection, and then it kind of, they say it spreads to the liver, and it's unclear why. Bacteria are called a reason, viral infections, and it's unclear. It's not untreatable though. It can be treated. If it's bacterial, then you can try and use antibiotics. But they say that once the liver is too far gone, there is nothing really you can do, because I don't know when they started transplanting organs, but I think they did the first heart in the 50s or so. So I think livers probably came a lot later. I'm not sure, but in the 30s, I'm pretty sure they didn't do transplants.
I'm quite sure about that. Also, at least I think, also whoever's watching and is better in medical stuff than we both are, we're working in IT. We have no idea.
Yeah, we have no idea.
I think some of the animals can give you hepatitis as well.
Probably, yes.
Mosquitoes.
I would not be surprised. Yeah. I'm
not sure about rats, to be honest. That would be the two main things I'm thinking about in cities. Mosquitoes.
Yeah, that it's something that actually enters the bloodstream through a bite. Yeah, I would totally buy that. Yeah.
I'm not sure. We can Google later on and see.
Yeah.
And oh god, my Google checklist sometimes. How to
Yeah.
get hepatitis.
How to give someone hepatitis.
Oh god.
How to remove a liver without actually doing it visibly. And then, I mean, you had a critical success, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you are also, I mean, she was doing kind of like the medical stuff, but you are kind of like, now entering into the kind of like weird science.
Yeah, I would have done medical first
Mm-hmm,
quickly, just the main thing, hepatitis, what kind of read on it, how can you
mm-hmm,
get it? That would be her main focus, and then she would move on to missing organs
mm-hmm.
generally, what she
Yeah.
can find about weird cults, weird things
Mm-hmm,
happening, known
mm-hmm.
about organs missing.
Well, so first of all, you do come across information on organ removal in different cultures. So first of all, we have the Aztecs
Mm-hmm.
and the Mayas that would cut out the still beating heart from a victim and offer it to the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have organ removal, which isn't ritual but simply, let's say, functional in the mummies, because in order to mummify the body, you take out all of the organs, not just the liver
Yeah.
and the brain. You put them in canopic jars,
Mm-hmm.
which you then bury with the dead.
Yeah, that they are still
Um,
complete.
yeah, and then you usually stuff the stomach with nice smelling herbs,
Mm-hmm.
and basically also you put in what you call it, you know, plant matter
Mm-hmm.
or even bandages, so
Yeah,
that it's filled up.
it's filled up.
Yeah, and then you put in sap
Mm-hmm.
from trees. So basically that's, but they really just do it because otherwise the body would start rotting from the inside.
And they do it on people that are already
That
dead.
are already dead,
Yeah.
yes. Then generally speaking, this idea of offering organs, when you read about it, it's always the heart.
Mm-hmm.
Because the heart in different cultures, it's associated with life, because it's probably one of the very few, if not the only organ whose work you can actually observe.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody else is, I mean, like the liver is just sitting there, whereas the heart you can feel when you're putting your hand on
Yeah.
it. And if you open up the chest of a living person, you can see the heart beating, and they would have known that. So, and the heart is, of course, associated in those cultures that remove it to offer it. It's always associated with strength.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of the heart showing or being love is very modern and very Western. And then, of course, you have the heart in terms of heart, the blood of Christ, the heart of Christ,
Yeah.
those symbols.
And I
But the
think during
liver
that
is
time the
never
heart was
mentioned.
linked to the soul of the person
Yeah,
also quite closely.
yeah, yeah. But there is never
No
any
liver.
mention of the liver or anyone removing the liver.
Okay, so we learned quite a bit, but nothing really sticking out. Did we learn that Conor O'Brien also already has been buried?
Conor O'Brien has been buried, yes.
But there are still sick people in hospital, right?
Yeah, but they are not necessarily police officers. That's people living in the Bronx.
No,
So
but it would be good to still have someone at hand, because Alice is just thinking to herself, or rather to Dottie, just the question is if we can visit someone in hospital. Maybe have Sinead with us to see if there's anything weird that we can't see.
well, yes, of course we could definitely ask her if she has time.
We can also officially give her a payment, and that's her job.
Yeah, of course, but it's just, I mean, we will
If
also
she has
have to
time, obviously.
yeah, we also have to be careful what it is that she does, because sometimes people take exception to her lighting candles and starting to talk. and drawing circles on the ground.
Yeah, we will figure out with her what she needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that might be a good way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At least
Okay.
to exclude something or know that there's something other, because we both know there are other things.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Then let's ask the sergeant. Should we just try to swing by at his office, see if he's there? Ask more questions about maybe if he knows or can find some information on who's in hospital and where.
Sure.
Then, when we're done in the library, Alice would ask the cab driver to go to Sergeant Opdyke's office.
Mm-hmm. You show up. It's one of the biggest NYPD offices there is. And you go inside, and there is like a desk sergeant, a desk police person, and he will announce you. And then the sergeant actually comes downstairs himself to pick the two of you up, and he leads you upstairs to his office. He offers you seats, water, tea. And then he says, "Well, Miss Baker and Miss Williams, what can I do for you?"
Well, the main question would be, would you have any chance to get information on the people that are in hospital linked to the hepatitis outbreak in the Bronx, and which hospitals? Because
That
we
shall
would
not be a problem.
like to check with someone not buried. Also, for the doctors, it might be interesting to honestly check if their patients have livers.
Yes.
As weird
will
as
do
it
that.
sounds, but maybe we can just spread in a word. Although I have no idea what the doctor should do. You can't just, if the liver's gone, the liver's gone.
Well, I suppose that if the liver's gone, they will all die.
Yeah, but it might take a few days.
Yes. I mean, I thought you meant what the doctors...
Yeah, they can't do. They just have watched them die. But at least, honestly, they know they can't do anything than making life as easy as they can for the patients. As long as they live. Also, it gives us confirmation that it happened more than once, and it's not just Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, I will let you know which hospitals they're in. You know that the Bronx is a very, like you said earlier, a dirty place, but it's also very poor. So they do have some hospitals, but it's not like St. Joseph's. I mean,
yeah, clearly.
Yeah. And he will do that, and he promises you the information by Tuesday morning.
Okay.
And on Wednesday you have the appointment with the two partners, and he will the appointment will happen in this building that you're in now, and he gives you a time when you just have to show up, and then the two of them will be there.
Okay. Let's hope no one else from your people are getting sick. Are you still sending police officers to the Bronx?
Yes, of course. We have to be... Well, the Bronx is a difficult place to police. We have to be sure that we show a presence. Sometimes there is looting, sometimes there is some petty crime, and we want to keep a lid on that.
Do you have the chance to tell the officers that they need to keep track where they were and who they talked to and who they had contact with? Just in case they get it, that we can trace from where it's coming.
That's a very good idea.
That would be lovely, because that will be what we will do with Mr. Sands and Mr. Thompson, trying to figure out which route they usually go and if they have some crossing in same spaces. Because if they don't go in the same places, it needs to be something else.
Yes, of course, I will do that.
That was all.
And you go home?
Yes.
So Dottie informs you that tomorrow is actually the day that she is going to take off. I mean, you know this because it's in the calendar, but she kind of reminds you of it. In the vein of, you will have to find a way to feed yourself, madam.
Totally fine. Either I decide on sandwiches or pancakes. Pancakes and bacon is something you can eat every day. Might also be that
Yes,
I
and it's
just
actually cooking because you know it's not cooking unless you make an effort and turn on the stove.
well, tea is cooking then as well. Coffee. I know it's not. Or I go out for dinner. I'm not unsure. And what do you have planned?
I don't know yet, but I will. I will probably. I mean, I'm going to stop by my parents.
Greetings to them as far
I
as
will.
it's feasible to greet them. I know your mother and especially your father are still really weirded out by my behavior. Thankful but weirded out.
Well, I mean, you are different to them.
True, which is good. I hope. Also, I still hope that. Oh, I think your mother was kind of thankful in her own way.
She looks at you with a very earnest face, and she says, "Your mother thinks you brought me back to life, and in a way, you did."
Well, it was quite selfish because without you by my side, I have no idea how life will work out.
Yes.
I can't live on delivery of food forever.
No.
But not only that, you.
But if you had not paid for the doctors, if you hadn't taken me to hospital, I would probably not have survived. I'm very sure of that.
That is probably right. Or honestly, they have sent you somewhere afterwards that you don't. I don't want to be in our lifetime. So I'm quite happy with that. And for me, it did not hurt. You would have done the same thing in my shoes.
Maybe, but it is something that isn't. Do you really think that the person who owns the laundry where my mother works would send her to hospital if she was in the same situation that I was in?
I highly doubt they think
There
of
you are.
her as a good friend, best friend, partner in crime.
Well,
My mother would not do that on a servant. She would. I'm not sure how far she would go for the key people in her household that have been there for years and years and years. I think, to a degree, she would pay doctor. She kind of understood what I did. Also, it might be that we have to face my parents for dinner in the next, maybe to invite them. The main question is, do we invite them and tell them that something changed? Or do we keep the show up same as for your parents? Because honestly, I don't care. I'm done with lying to my mother. Think of it. It's not important for now, but I have to invite them. I can also invite them on your day off. Although I'm not sure what she was. She
I
will have
think your
something
mother
to
would
mutter
find that
anyhow.
very weird.
She finds everything weird that is modern and not like mid-century, last century behavior for people. She's not in the modern world. She's stuck in the old, how it should be, and it's not how it should be. Life is
Well,
changing. The
maybe
world is
it's not
changing.
how it is how it should be in her mind, but she is still your mother.
I know. That's why I want to invite her and father for dinner. A, that they can see with their own eyes that I'm still in one piece. B, that the house is still standing.
Well, if you're inviting your parents, I should be the one to prepare the dinner, so it can't be my day off. I insist.
The question is, do you join us for dinner? And do we tell them that you are partner now and assistant and not housekeeper anymore?
If you think that your mother will not have a heart attack at the table, then
She will.
yes.
I don't care. She will
Miss Alice.
survive. Nothing will kill my mother.
Probably true.
She will have a played heart attack. In the highest note. My dad will calm her down. That they're there. It's not that bad.
Then so be it.
Let's plan something. But as I said, I didn't even call them yet to make a date. But that is something I'm mulling over a bit. I think it would be good. And you say I should stay in contact with. I'm tempted to just invite my father, but I think that will go poorly for everyone.
Miss Alice, this will not do. You can't do that.
I know. Also, it would be good if you slowly maybe switch to just Alice. Or I need to call you Miss Dorothy now.
Dottie will be fine.
Miss Dottie?
No. Dottie.
I will stay with Dottie. You think about calling me Alice.
I will think about it.
I'm not offended by it.
It's going to take a while.
I know. Changes.
Mm-hmm.
Then enjoy your day off. Mm-hmm. I hope the weather stays at least clear as it is now and it's not raining.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking, it's March now.
By March, Alice in between would have checked the money box. Just to see if it's kind of like empty wiped again and she doesn't see anything coming in. She would not say anything, even it's like that. She would just note it with a question mark, but would be curious because she would have regularly filled up the money box and checked again.
Well, so basically, if you do this, then you will notice that money does come and go when there are deliveries.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, obviously, then the money goes. It doesn't come with the deliveries, but and it's always been your kind of like responsibility to provide the money that is in the money box, and it's not happened that it's empty again.
Okay.
Okay. Good. So you go. So basically, it's the Saturday. She goes out in the morning. You fend for yourself. Do you still keep up the thing that you prepare breakfast?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Sunday morning. Go downstairs to make breakfast.
For myself.
Make a spot hidden.
Oh, God. Let's see. I'm quite sure that is a no. I'm good in spot hidden, but not that good. No.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay, so you go to the kitchen, you make dinner. You make breakfast.
Yep. Okay. It will be just a bit of toast, coffee.
And how do you let Dottie know that breakfast is ready? What is the
Dottie back
routine?
Home? She had.
No, she would always be back by Sunday morning.
Okay. I would probably added a bell in the kitchen, just like a tiny bell that someone could ring.
Okay. You ring and Dottie comes down the stairs. You can give me another spot hidden as she enters the kitchen.
I barely successed in it by 1 point plus.
Okay, so it's a normal success?
Yeah, normal success.
You hear nothing, you see nothing. Okay. So she sits down and you have breakfast.
Although if she's there, it would be also scrambled eggs and bacon with the toast. Because it's a Sunday, that would be a day to treat someone.
She really enjoys it and she says to you, but you also need to eat. I see that this plate of yours is almost empty.
I will fill a bit more up, probably more bacon than toast. And would sit down next to her because we're sitting in the dining room and would drink some coffee and eat at least more. It's still not what Dottie is probably able to eat. Alice is still quite picky, but she's at least trying to make the effort to regularly eat enough.
Since you're sitting kind of like at an angle and next to her, you can give me one more spot hidden.
Quite. I'm trying the next pair of dice. That is still barely a success.
No. Okay, so the two of you finish breakfast. It's a Sunday. What do you do on Sundays? Because she's going to go to Mass now.
I think for Alice, Sunday is, if the weather is fine, she will do walk in the park.
It's a reasonably good march. Sunday, yeah. So you can
Then,
easily go for a walk.
yeah, then she would get into chic but comfy clothing and would get a cab to go towards Central Park and just take a walk in the park, probably on the way back stopping at a bakery and grabbing something nice and then go back home. So she would be out like for 2 hours maybe. Not too big, and it depends on how long Dottie is gone, but it's probably around the same time that we return.
You come back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
The house smells of cigarettes. And it's not your brand.
When I enter in, I would just call out, "I'm back."
There's no reply. And the door was also locked, so it's like, you know, it was locked, not just on the ledge.
I will put my coat on the hanger and would follow my nose, or try to follow my nose, from where I can smell.
It's kind of in the air. It's not coming from any particular place. So it's not like when you go into the salon, you can smell that somebody smoked in there. Maybe somebody smoked in the hall.
I would, because at least she can't remember it has been there before she left, and the door was locked. She would grab the, I don't know how you call it, the hook at the fireplace.
Yeah.
She would
Yeah,
grab.
I know what you mean. The poker.
Is it called poker? Then she would grab that, and she would.
You know, one of those cast iron things.
Yeah,
that you
exactly.
use to, yeah,
exactly.
The poker. Yeah.
And she would just get out of her shoes. She's barefoot now, and she would tiptoe through the house, each room, to double check if someone is in there that shouldn't be in there.
Are you trying to be stealthy?
Yeah, she's trying to be stealthy because she's at the moment on the trip. Someone broke in.
Okay, so then give me a stealth check.
That's a 99.
You
No.
stealth up the. You stealth up the staircase, and you basically you're holding the poker, and it gets stuck in the banister as you make a move, and it basically falls to the floor and clutters down the stairs.
A row of cursing. Alice will go down and follow it again.
Yeah.
But will just stand then listening if she can hear any kind of
then give me a listen roll.
95.
You hear nothing.
I hear nothing. What is happening? She will grab the poker again and will go upstairs for the second time. And she's not trying to be stealthy. She's not trampling, but she's just going upstairs.
Okay.
If I go to the next floor, does it still smell like cigarettes?
The smell is still there, yes, but not as strong maybe as downstairs.
I will look on the first floor through all the rooms.
Okay, so you are that's basically your floor. So
yeah, with the study,
there is nothing there.
I will go further upstairs.
You go upstairs, and it's the doors are closed.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it's quite dark in the stairwell.
Yeah.
And you are so you're not trying to be stealthy anymore. You're just walking upstairs.
I'm just walking upstairs, but she's barefoot, and so she's at least not like loudly clonking along the way. She's just walking, so a bit of creaking here and there.
So you're now on Dottie's floor.
I'm on Dottie's floor.
So you try the rooms.
First sniffing the air.
Faint.
Then starting to the room to the left, that is more like a storage room, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Just like peekaboo. Oh no, was that her artsy room where she painted?
She has kind of like an artsy sewing room.
Yeah, I think that's the one. Then we have a small storage cupboard, and then we have the little bathroom. She will check all of them. And
so they're all empty.
And then she would go to Dottie's room and she would just like...
The room is empty.
With the poker in the hand. It's empty.
But you see Maeve lying on the bed sleeping. So the door was slightly ajar.
Well, you for sure did not smoke. I hope so, that we don't have a smoking kitty in here.
She looks at you and she stretches.
We will have to ask your mom if she started smoking. If not, we had some intruder. Did you see anyone who should not be here? Just looking at the cat. Nothing.
The cat doesn't really... I mean... No. No reply.
She will go downstairs again, but she will look if the back door is still locked.
Yes.
She will still open it and look into the back garden.
Nothing.
She will go back to the fireplace and return the poker to its original position. And then she would go to the kitchen, look at the trash can.
Okay, so what are you looking for exactly?
Cigarette butts.
Ah.
She will now look through the trash cans and the fireplace as well, because if no one's here, it should be out. If she can see cigarette butts. Because you never smoke a cigarette to the end, because you will burn your fingers. Even if you don't use filters.
You do find cigarette butts in the trash can.
In which room?
In the kitchen.
Okay.
Do you look closely?
Yeah. Full investigator mode at the moment.
Okay, full investigator mode. There's lipstick on them.
What kind of color? A more muted back color or like a harsh pink or red?
Not pink, but harsh red. Yes. Not something you would wear.
Also nothing Dottie would wear. She's not wearing colorful red lipstick.
You've never seen her wear lipstick at all, ever.
Yeah, if maybe it would be a very more like lip color, a little bit enhanced, careful kind of way.
It would be muted, yes. Yeah.
Very muted. I will pocket one of the, or I will grab an envelope and put the lipstick, one of the lipstick buds into the envelope.
Yes.
And will probably put it on the mantelpiece, just putting it upright behind a vase or whatever's on the mantelpiece and over the fireplace. And would make myself a cup of coffee.
Okay.
Just sitting in the kitchen. Probably also grabbing now the newspaper, because so far I didn't. I will read the newspaper later on. Just waiting for Dottie to return.
Dottie does return about 45 minutes later.
Dottie, when you're... Would you have a few minutes?
Of course, Miss Alice. And she comes in.
Do you know of anyone else from us who has a key to this house?
No, I mean, you gave one to Miss Wilburn, but I'm pretty sure she returned it.
She definitely returned it. Also, Miss Nurse Pfeiffer returned.
No.
Someone... I will ask a weird question. Don't be offended, and it's totally fine if it was you.
She looks at you.
Did you start smoking?
What? No.
Someone smoked in here, and not the cigarettes I am smoking. And the smell was not there this morning.
How?
I am not sure. It was definitely a woman. Or a man wearing lipstick, I'm not sure.
We had this before in Simmons Strand.
It was a bright red lipstick.
Maybe No, Pamela's not here.
No, and
She's in Egypt.
Pamela would not break in. She would be sitting here waiting, breaking in. Back, I could imagine her like, surprise! But we should have a look if something is missing.
Make a spot hidden.
It's a 92. I'm staying in the upper levels.
How do you know that there was a woman smoking in here?
Well, first I smelled the smoke. That was not cigarette smoke, I know. And we both left the house. It was mainly in the ground floor, pulling a bit up. I thought of an intruder, so I scanned all the rooms. No one there. And Maeve hasn't seen anyone or didn't want to tell me. I'm still not sure. And I highly doubt she is smoking. Or wearing lipstick.
Dottie's face is at this stage kind of like totally incredulous. Have you been drinking?
No, I feel like I should. Come on, follow me. Alice is walking over to the...
Yeah, she follows you.
I'll open the trash can. See the cigarette butts? That's not my kind of cigarettes. It's a pretty lipstick, I have to say, but also, I don't know when the last time I wore red lipstick. Probably
she takes it out. She says,
when
"This
Matthew
is
was
quite
there."
garish.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yes. Depending on how you wear it. It's a quite pretty color if you wear it with the right clothing. I have a similar lipstick, quite sure.
Have you checked your lipstick? If it's similar, if it's been used recently?
No. You mean someone's just got in, wore my lipstick, smoked, and left again?
Well, I mean, this is just as out there as thinking that Maeve may have taken up smoking.
I will be right back. Alice will just go upstairs to her room and will go through her lipstick collection and see if something is missing.
Yes.
The red lipstick is missing.
Mm-hmm. The bright red lipstick is missing.
She's going downstairs again. We should call Sinead. We have a ghost that is stealing lipstick. My red lipstick is missing. I'm not kidding you. It's missing. You see the gap in the rack of my lipsticks.
How long?
I don't know. I haven't worn it since, as I said, I think when Pamela and Matthew were here for the last time. So it has been weeks. I mainly wear it on social events, or if I feel like it.
Since they have left for Egypt, we haven't had any visitors except the maid, and she's not a visitor, And the sergeant. The sergeant wasn't up here, and I highly doubt he would have taken your lipstick.
He would smoke freely if he was in here, so no.
Also, he wasn't here while we were gone. And the maid, it's the maid's day off. She doesn't work at the weekends. She comes in to clean Mondays, Thursdays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So it can't. Also, I never saw her smoke. And even if she did, she wouldn't smoke in here. And why would she be in here on a Saturday? Plus, she doesn't have a key.
I don't know. I know I did not smoke that. And I'm missing a lipstick now. Well, I can get the lipstick again, so that is not a problem. But
I highly doubt that the maid would have taken the lipstick. She came highly recommended. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that on the wages you're paying, she would be able to afford lipstick if she really wanted it.
True. And also the smoking. Alice will just turn around and she will go to the front door and she will try to inspect the lock if anything was picked, and she will
give
do
me a
the same
thing roll, please.
after that with any window and other door that is going. Well, we just have one back door.
Yeah.
And the windows on the main floor or ground floor, however you want to call it. Locksmith, that is a success.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you look at the lock in the door, and yes, it's fine. I mean, there is no sign that anyone has tried to open it without using a key. I mean, you know that when you touch them,
yeah, you have some scratches a little bit usage,
but there is no sign of somebody using lockpicks. There is no sign of somebody forcing the door or anything. Whoever opened the door must have unlocked it using a key.
She will look at the windows just to be sure that they were not opened.
No, they look fine.
Okay. Either we have ghosts or something else weird is happening.
Dottie steps outside with you and she stands next to you. And she looks at the lock as well. Make a spot hidden.
Oh, it's a definitely it's a hard success. I rolled a 20.
Okay. Dottie bends down and she looks at the lock.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the lock as well, but you're standing a little bit back. And you notice something for a second. And you don't know if it's a trick of the eye. It looks like Dottie has no shadow. Dottie stands up again and there's a shadow.
I will put it under I'm under stress and not looking right. I think we should invite Siobhan for maybe not tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday Wednesday we have the meetings, and Tuesday we get the information from the...
Yeah, but I think you're getting the information at home. You don't have to go anywhere to get
No,
the information.
but then we would be focused on something else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we could give Siobhan? Why am I always
Sinead.
Different name, different writing. Sinead a call if she wants to join us, maybe either spontaneously this evening for dinner or tomorrow for dinner.
Yes, well, I can ring her.
Because I have a weird feeling. I want to make sure that nothing weird is in this house.
All right. Well, I'll let her know that you have a weird feeling that something weird's going on, and she should bring her weird stuff.
Thank you. Also, would it be okay for you to do dinner for...
Of course, it's not a problem.
Alice will go to the alcohol cupboard and
You
get
hear
some whiskey, because honestly, I'm quite sure Dottie would have noticed that Alice is drinking much more than usual.
you hear the phone conversation between the two of them. All right, so tonight, yes. Yeah. I don't know, something weird, some lipstick on unknown cigarettes and somebody breaking down the door or something, although I couldn't see anything. And I'm not sure that somebody did break in, but there were definitely lipstick, cigarette butts that honestly, and the lipstick is missing too. I don't know who took it. Well, if I knew, would I be calling you? Raspberry pie? Sure, if that's what you like. I'm pretty sure I can get some raspberries delivered today and I can make raspberry pie. Yeah. Yes. No, of course. Well, of course, you know that when I make custard, it's my custard. I don't buy it from the tin. Honestly, yes. I'll see you tonight. Yes. Yeah. See you then. Bye. She comes into the living room and she says, "It's a little early to be drinking, isn't it? It's not even lunch."
It feels like the right kind of situation to be drinking.
Why?
Weird things starting to happen, which is so far not a good sign in our lives. And I know drinking is not a solution.
No, it's the beginning of a problem.
She will finish the glass. Sinead is coming today, as I kind of heard.
This is exactly how I picture this, that you're looking away from her and raising your eyebrows when you're drinking.
Just like...
Now she's actually stepping quite close to you and she puts her hand on the hand that is holding the glass.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, "Miss Alice, no matter what is going on, this is not going to help. It's actually not going to be very good for you.
It's calming the nerves.
You have to... It's calming the nerves.
Yes.
You have to find a different way to calm your nerves, or I'll take this way away from you."
Well, the other ways would be real drugs, and honestly, I don't want to go that way.
Miss Alice.
She will put the glass down. If you know other ways, I'm here to listen to them. I can do more smoking, but I know that is not helpful as well.
We don't even know what happened.
There are a lot of things I still don't know what happened. But this tiny little, quite not important thing is kind of freaking me out, because so far this house has been a safe place. And I'm not sure what happens if we lose this as a safe place. I don't want to move.
This is what this is about. I apologize.
You don't have to apologize. I got us in all the mess and weird things we had to experience, not you.
No, that's not what I meant. I completely misinterpreted your sentiment. I understand why you're afraid.
Good. And I understand why you're worried, because yes, I know it's not the best way to go. But as I said, it's my way of not getting into drugs. Because opium would calm the nerves quite well, but it's also quite messy to get away of.
We will see what Sinead says, if there is something wrong with the house. I very much doubt it.
And I will promise you no alcohol before lunch.
Then we've got a deal. But I've got something that may help you calm your nerves. Don't go away. And she goes away. She comes back.
I will empty the glass when she is going and put it away.
Let's
I
see
will
if she
not
notices.
refill, but I will empty the glass.
She does notice that you
Can't throw out a good whiskey. And putting it back would be not hygienic. No more alcohol today. I hope. Depending on what Sinead is finding out.
She actually has her left hand behind her back.
I will just wait and look.
She pulls it out.
Mm-hmm.
And she opens her hand, her palm.
Mm-hmm.
And it contains chocolate. That's as good as a drug.
Sugar. Alice will take the piece of chocolate. We'll munch on it.
Yeah. Imagine it's the kind of caramel Storkriesen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is make it impossible for you to talk for a couple of minutes because it's like, cementing your mouth shut. But it's really, and of course that's caramel. That's the immediate sugar rush. Yeah.
The problem is Alice is already a quite twitchy and energetic person. I'm not sure sugar is the right way for her to go.
Well, I mean,
but Alice will enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll bring the glass into the kitchen or she will clean it herself. She is in between just taking over some tasks here and there, and she will clean it herself. We'll just put it next to the sink to dry.
Mm-hmm.
And do we want to go out for lunch? Maybe?
Let's.
Italian?
Yes, Vittorio's.
Let's just give him a call. That we are sure to have a space. And Alice will just call the Italian and we'll make sure we have a table for two.
Well, he always makes space for Miss Baker and companions, and so yes, you are assured a space. You go there. You have lunch. I mean, he does lunch. He has a different menu for the evening.
I will not have wine. I will be nice and not drink alcohol.
And I mean, she abstains anyway. So and then you go back, and then she says, "All right, so I'll on your way back, she will stop at a grocer's shop and get raspberries, because Sinead wants raspberry pie."
Good.
And then the two of you go back, and she starts cooking and preparing, obviously, because there is more to it, because raspberry pie takes a while. She's going to make everything from scratch, of course. And then Sinead shows up. Sinead shows up. Shows up. And she has a little kind of like bag with her, almost like a doctor's bag. And she goes inside. She says, "Hello, Miss Baker."
Come in. And as I'm trying to tell Dottie, please just call me Alice.
All right, Alice. I'm Sinead.
Thank you for joining.
She holds out her hand.
I will shake her hand. Thank you for helping us and also giving us time to have dinner together.
Of course. I'm told I'm going to get raspberry pie. I would kill for raspberry pie. No, I won't kill you. Don't worry about it.
I know how to defend myself.
I have no doubt.
The thing is, I'm afraid of what kind of ways you know how to kill people that I don't know about.
Ah, poison.
Oh. Dottie,
Slow
we
death.
need to keep the Raspberry Pi safe. No, it's all good. And you
She
will get
smiles.
Raspberry Pi. Come on
Hmm.
in.
Hmm.
And I will just stick my
She's
head.
wearing the hat that you gave her.
Alice will note it, but not say anything. She
Mhm.
would just, with a smile, will take her jacket or mantle and coat, God, mantle,
Yeah,
coat,
and
and put it.
she takes off the hat, and then this really bright red, thick hair flows down her shoulders. And yeah, you have dinner, and then she says, "So, what is the story?"
Well, while we both were not at home today morning, someone was in here wearing a red lipstick that looks quite exactly like a lipstick I am missing, as I found out today, and left the cigarette butts in the trash can in the kitchen, and the smoky smell in the ground floor. The thing is,
So you had
everything
an
was locked. When I came home, everything was locked.
so somebody has a key to the house.
Yes, but I don't know who, because the only two are Dottie and I.
Did you leave it lying around anywhere? Could somebody have made a copy?
Well, if the housemaid would be crazy enough, yes, she could have probably, because she could grab it.
Do you trust her? Does she have references?
I'm looking at Dottie. I think she's fine. What do you think?
I I think she's fine.
Honestly, also, why would she come in here, steal my lipstick, smoke, and leave? Then she would steal something. And she can steal a lot if she likes to, even if we're
Has
around.
anything gone missing? Money, perhaps?
At
Jewelry?
least nothing that I've seen, except maybe the lipstick. It just feels weird.
Well, Alice,
And we are kind of a weird magnet.
to be quite honest, ghosts don't really wear lipstick because they don't really have lips. They can be corporeal, but I mean, I will see if I can find something.
It's worth a try.
Mm-hmm.
Worst
All right.
case, we know nothing more. Well, we will definitely know more, because then we will know no ghosts are around, which is a nice thing to know. And I would grab the envelope with the cigarette butt and hand it to her.
Mm-hmm.
It might help that whoever was that touched the cigarette butt in the envelope.
Mm-hmm. She takes it, and then she basically gets out her paraphernalia. She this time around, it's almost like a crystal ball. It's not almost, it is a crystal ball. She gazes into it, and then she says, yeah, maybe something is here. Or was here.
Okay. Did you see anything on detail? What or who?
It's something that I've never seen before.
Anything you can describe?
Something that is quite powerful.
Form, color, name.
No.
So you also have no idea how to ward this off.
I have no idea. I don't even know if it needs warding off. It's not here now.
Well, if it's only smoking in our ground floor and not setting a fire, it would just be nice if they would return my lipstick.
I'm not sure how to address this entity and ask it to return your lipstick.
Well, I would rather ask what they want or why they're here. I'm not sure. Can you address it at all?
Well, I can't, because it's no longer here.
I think we need more cats, Dottie. Cats know when weird things are around.
I heard that there was a whole cult in ancient Egypt that dealt with cats.
Well, I don't want to become the cat lady, but something powerful that was here stole my lipstick, smoked a cigarette or 2 or 3, 4 based on the bonds, and left.
To be quite honest, if I was a powerful entity, I would do something else with my power. Because that sounds quite boring.
It does. It's a bit weird. I will have a look again if anything is missing, but I have no idea what. Because everything of value is still there, at least.
Well, I mean, it depends on what powerful entities consider valuable.
Probably not the same thing as a normal burglar would think valuable.
Probably not, no.
The paintings are still there, at least on the first watch. My brain is starting to fail. Schmuck. Jewelry is also still there.
That's odd.
Those are the main things that are worth something.
Money?
A bit, but nothing is missing as far as I know.
Dottie's like, no, everything in the kitchen looks fine. Nobody seems to have stolen from the pantry. And Sinead's like, give over. Do you really think a powerful entity would come down here, steal lipstick, smoke cigarettes, and then eat food?
Well, it would fit to have a smoke, have a drink, or something to snack on.
Did somebody drink your whiskey? Says Dottie.
She would look at the bottles that are standing outside, would just stare at them. Does she see any kind of... Well, she obviously drank something in the morning, but
give me a spot hidden.
Just to be curious if so, because she didn't pay attention to that initially. 93. Spot hidden is not existing.
You don't notice anything?
I don't think so. No.
That's odd, though, isn't it?
It is.
Well, I mean, what I can offer you is when the entity comes around, give me a ring and I will talk to it.
Okay. The problems, I'm not sure if we will see that they're around. Because I'm quite sure when I got home, they already left.
Well, if you see an incorporeal cigarette floating around, being smoked, maybe that's a good time to call me.
Especially if red lips are attached. That is so weird.
It is really weird.
Why?
And Dottie's kind of sitting there going, what are the two of you talking about? I mean, Sinead, have you been drinking? And Sinead's like, no.
Well, at least I know that my gut feeling something was off is correct.
Something is definitely off.
The question is, what and why?
I have no answer to either of these questions. The why is quite often because this house is haunted. Maybe this house is haunted. Well, it doesn't look like a haunting to me, so don't worry about it. This house isn't haunted. Maybe an exorcism? But then who would we exorcise? Because you don't look possessed.
No. Do you know any, like, don't laugh, warding signs against spirits and things? I've read about it in books, but I'm
Of
not sure
course
if
I
it's a real
do.
thing. But maybe it makes sense to ward the two doors.
I can do that for you.
It will not
She
hurt.
she goes to the door, to the back door,
Hmm.
and she does. I mean, this is Cthulhu after all. She draws an elder sign,
Mm-hmm.
and then she does the same at the front door.
Okay. Well, it will not hurt to have it. Thank you. And thank you for checking and confirming that something is off. Honestly, let's hope it never shows again.
Yes, do let's.
Let's enjoy maybe another piece of the Raspberry Pi.
Yeah. So basically, between the three of you, you polish off the whole pie, and then Sinead takes her leave, and then Dottie looks at you and says, "I've never seen you eat so much pie. Are you all right?"
You told me that sugar and sweets will calm my nerves.
You don't look calm.
No, also, I don't think sugar is the right thing to calm my nerves. I'm twitchy anyhow. Sugar gives you energy. I don't need energy.
Yeah, well, maybe not.
I'm feeling like I need more coffee.
But that's gonna make you even more twitchy.
Yeah, I will not sleep anyhow.
That will not do.
I'm tempted to just sit here and yell into the void that whatever was here should come back immediately and tell us why on earth stealing my lipstick and smoking cigarettes in our house was a fun idea.
Do you think this would really work?
No, that would be too easy.
Yes.
I could organize another pack of those cigarettes and have them ready for them next time they are here. I'm kidding.
She looks at you, and you can see on her face a real look of concern. Forgive me for saying this, but ever since I returned from hospital, you seem strange.
Well, everything that happened in the past changed us. And I'm not talking about the leg or anything like that. I'm just worried and scared, to be honest. Because I understand things I can find in books and explain. Although Wendigo was kind of the margin of we can find it in a book and it was still horrific. But at least it was something we could see and touch. As I said, this is my safe place. Our safe place. And it was invaded. My instinct is to run.
She inadvertently takes your hand and she says, running isn't going to help.
That sounds like Dr. Kuntz. Running and hiding is not the solution.
Well, I think there is one great difference between you and me. It's that I have no problem believing in things that I don't see. I don't see God, but I know He's here.
True, that is a difference. I need to see things, touch things, or have them scientifically explained. because I can't see the air visibly, but I know it's there and I can breathe it.
Did you ever tell her that you actually went to church twice and prayed for her?
I told her when she was in bed unconscious,
Yeah, you did.
but I'm not sure if she remembers. After
Yeah.
that, I wouldn't have talked about this.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How about we put our thinking hats on just for the next 5 days? We have plenty of things that we need to do.
Well, let's focus first on the hepatitis liver
Indeed. Let's focus on that.
thing and keep eyes and nose open. I will promise not to smoke in the house for the next days. I will sit outside, and it's getting warmer anyhow. I can sit in the backyard smoking. If I even feel like it. Because Alice would have not smoked as much as earlier.
Yeah,
Still from
that is
time to
true.
time,
Yeah.
but for her, smoking is more a socializing thing.
Yeah.
So she's the typical I'm in company, eating, drinking, smoking person. At home, she's not smoking that much to anything. So if we smell cigarette smoke, we know something is off. And you have a good nose as well, for sure. And I will just replace my lipstick.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay. Then we have a plan.
we do.
So on Tuesday, we're going to get the information about people who are in hospital in the Bronx.
Yep.
And on Wednesday, we're meeting the partners of the 2 deceased police officers at the precinct.
Yep. And I forgot to ask Sinead about visiting the hospital maybe with us. But we can call her maybe tomorrow and just warn her that that might be an option if she's willing to. Against payment, obviously, because it's a job.
I think she will take payment in raspberry pies. But yes, I will tell her that she can be expecting money.
Life is weird.
Life is weird, yes.
I'm curious what Matthew and Pamela will tell us on weird stories they and adventures they had in Egypt.
Well, I mean, I'm expecting a postcard from them any day now. It should have made its way. I mean, it took them 3 weeks to go there. So that was mid-February. So now it's the beginning of March. If they sent a postcard, it's going to take it just as long. So we can expect one as soon as,
We will see. We will see.
And so basically now it's around 11 o'clock in the evening on the Sunday. So
let's try to get sleep.
well, I will have no problem sleeping, but then again, I didn't eat that much chocolate.
I will be fine. Alice will go up in her room with a book.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure she will sleep.
You hear her scratching at the door.
I will open the door.
Maeve struts in.
I will leave the door just wide enough open that she can leave if she wants to. But
she jumps on your bed.
I will go back my bed, just making myself comfy, giving her a nook where she can cuddle in if she wants to.
Well, she places herself on your chest.
Then I will just give her some like I will pet her and will try to distract my brain with stories from Egypt.
Yeah, and you actually read stories from Egypt, and of course you reach the topic about Bast, the cat deity, and it also tells you about how cats were mummified and how they were, well, worshipped as gods. goddesses. So Bast is a female god, and yeah, and of course, Maeve approves. She wants to be worshipped as a goddess as well, as does every cat.
But I would tell her what I'm reading, and
Mm-hmm.
that some of it reads quite scary about mummified. I'm not sure I would want to be mummified. That's a bit weird. But well, Goddess Maeve. Mm-hmm.
Goddess Maeve approves, and then she starts purring. And actually, depending on how you feel, purring can actually be quite soothing.
I think it calms her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's enough to fall asleep, because she's also listening to every creak and crack that she hears in the house. And yeah, well,
Yeah.
they used a lot of wood building those houses, so I'm
Yes.
quite sure there will be a lot of creaks and cracks here and
And
there.
every so often now you hear the kind of like the rush of water in the plumbing that is
Mm-hmm.
always there, but suddenly it kind of is so
It just
important.
a second that she hears it, and then her brain is like, you know this noise. But it always gives her the little shock, and that's how she will get through the night.
And that's how you will get through the night. And we will leave it here. And then next week we will see what happens on the Monday.
Really curious.
So thank you very much for playing.
Thank you for telling the story, and thank you for not letting Dottie die.
Yeah, well, fair chance. And we will see what happens next time. Okay, so thanks very much for listening and watching, and have a great evening, great morning, great night whenever you're listening or watching. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.